Good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. With the permission of the Speaker of the Senate and also of the Speaker of the Congress of Deputies here, we will, if you agree, start the program that we have before us for this meeting of COSAC chairpersons. We will be speaking here from the presidential lectern. Speakers, on behalf of Spain's parliamentarians, I would like to thank all of you for joining us here today in the city of Madrid, here in the upper house of the Parliament of the Kingdom of Spain. We are starting off, of course, the semester of Spain's presidency of the European Union. And the first speech given by the Majesty of the King was in León in the international conference, which was on the day when we celebrate parliamentarism. So at that event, as we heard later, and you know, of course, that the semester will be from the 1st of July to the 31st of December. The city that has been acknowledged and recognized by UNESCO, León, as the cradle of parliamentarism, hosted that very first meeting of our semester with the watchword to strengthen democracy by strengthening national parliaments, with the proposal for the adoption of the León Declaration on parliamentarism that day. So today, here we are, about to start this meeting of chairpersons of the Conference of Parliamentary Committees for European Union Affairs, more commonly known as COSAC, amongst us, in the parliamentary dimension of the Spanish presidency of the EU. As I'm sure all of you will know, it was in this very same city almost 35 years ago, that is back in 1989, that the idea was first conceived to strengthen the role of national parliaments through regular meetings of the committees for EU affairs in those national parliaments. So with that goal in mind, after the holding of the very first meeting in Paris, that forum was given formal acknowledgement and recognition in the Treaty of Amsterdam. And finally, in line with the active contribution that it was making, as were the national parliaments, to the good functioning of the European Union, its existence was explicitly enshrined in Protocol number 1 of the Treaty of Lisbon. The reasoning behind COSAC's appearance in the institutional configuration of the European Union was essentially because of the lack of democratic legitimacy of our institutions. The idea was to give them more democratic legitimacy because, ladies and gentlemen, the European Union is now facing a momentous moment in its history after the withdrawal of one of its members, a key country in the reconstruction of Europe after the Second World War. We're also facing a critical time, aren't we, following the health crisis that we have experienced quite recently. And of course, because of the new economic, social, demographic, and border challenges that we have before us. To add to all of these challenges, we have the terrible invasion of Ukraine, which jeopardizes the feeling of security that peace and prosperity of the continent, in particular of the EU, has achieved. We cannot treat this moment in time lightly or passively. It is a historic moment, and our blindness, as Richard Condonov-Kalergi warned us of at a similar moment in time, would drive us once again, inevitably, as he said, towards the worst disasters that have ever threatened our continent. So facing this situation of change, such instability, what we need to do is strengthen our values, those values that underpin us and remind us that the Union is the outcome of the willingness and wishes of the democratic states that make it up, and also that same wish that comes out of the European people represented by their parliament and their national parliaments. The responsibility incumbent on us, therefore, with regard to the future of the Union, and therefore as representatives of the people, must be translated into activity that promotes a feeling of cooperation and mutual assistance between our citizens. It's that subjective form of solidarity that freely flows from the human spirit, which, as Salvador de Madariaga made us see a long time ago, can achieve that the Union remains united in that area of peace and prosperity we have. So, ladies and gentlemen, I do hope and wish that today's meeting will make a contribution to all of those commitments. Thank you very much.
A continuación, tiene la palabra.
The next speaker will be the Speaker of the Congress of Deputies.
Speaker of the Senate, Speaker of the European Parliament, presidents of committees, heads of delegation, and ladies and gentlemen, for me, it's a true honor to open this meeting together with the Speaker of the Senate and welcome all of you to this encounter, this meeting of presidents of COSAC. This is the 5th time that Spain holds the presidency of the European Union. The first time was in 1989. At the Madrid summit, the Economic and Monetary Union began to gestate. And the last time was 2010, a bit more than a decade ago. But the whole world over this decade has undergone very deep-lying changes. The 2008 financial crisis, Brexit, the most cruel pandemic that we've seen over the last century that we're still recovering from, a war on European soil that's still throbbing, and climate change that has unleashed terrible phenomena and migrations. The European project has overcome these crises, and it's come out even stronger from it. We have an unbreakable union, but we have many, many challenges ahead of us that we must integrate into each and every one of our actions, and this must be present in this rotational presidency that we hold in the Troika with Sweden and Belgium. And we have some special characteristics here because this took place under specific political conditions, the closing of the European Union legislation and also the closing of a legislative term here in Spain. We have quite a number of dossiers open on both of these fronts, and we are beginning enhanced cooperation with the upcoming presidencies. We need to work in the long term and take into account key issues that the European Union faces over the next few years. Spain has taken up its presidency, aware of the fact that this is a great responsibility, and decidedly we want to improve the lives of all people and bolster a strong, cohesive Europe that's close to its citizens. I would like to briefly go over the main priorities that the government of Spain has identified for this major challenge. First, reindustrialization of Europe to ensure our open strategic independence, and this will be one of the main themes of the COSAC meeting from the 26th to the 20th of November. Secondly, the Russian invasion of the Ukraine, which is the biggest challenge that European security has faced since the end of the Cold War. It's true that there are certain issues, but they've led to stronger cohesion. We've revitalized the transatlantic alliance. Sweden and Finland have requested membership of NATO, for instance. We must continue to confront the consequences of the pandemic and the climate change crisis, but this must be done working through an ecologic transition with a green, independent EU policy there, because the challenge that we have to face is the climate emergency, and each and every one of our responses needs to take this cross-cutting factor into account. And lastly, we need to work with European values. We must consolidate as a content and political space with greater social and economic justice. And under this unwavering principle, we need to work on the digital transformation of societies, international regulation of artificial intelligence, and the whole host of challenges that we're facing in this worldwide transformation. And we need to work under the European social pillar and institutional strengthening to do so. We have an occasion to work with these priorities with the intervention of our Minister of Foreign Affairs, José Manuel Álvarez, and the Vice Speaker of the European Parliament, Mr. Othmar Karas. And we would like to thank him for contributing to the Conference of European Parliaments. The Cortes Generales opened the European presidency of the EU on the 30th of June and 1st of July in León. And one of the engagements that we had there was a letter about parliamentarianism, effective parliamentarianism, and this included the main principles that Mr. Karas enunciated. And this letter will expectedly be approved in the conference that we will organize in April 2024 under his presidency. I would also like to thank Speaker Batet and the Bureau of the previous Chamber of Deputies. Ladies and gentlemen, promoting democratic values, human rights, and the rule of law will mark the European agenda over the next few months. As we adopted by common agreement at the meeting of presidents, this means that we need to deal with totalitarian regimes in terms of supply of raw materials, basic food or commodities, and technological inputs. We need to work strategically on the production and diversification of supply chains and foster greater cooperation with other partners in Latin America, Africa, or the Indo-Pacific region. And it is just that cooperation that is part of parliamentarism, social participation from democratic societies. Parliaments lie at the essence of democracy and must play a fundamental role in all of the decisions taken by the European Union. I hope that today we will be able to further these aspects, delve into them, and from our parliaments contribute to European public debate. I wish you a lot of luck in your deliberations today. Thank you very much to all of you, and welcome to our country, which is also yours.
Gracias por la intervención.
Thank you very much to the Speaker of the Congress of Deputies for her words. That was Mrs. Francina Amangol. And we will now hear from our host. We, of course, in his chamber, we'll hear from the Speaker of the Senate, Mr. Pedro Royan.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning, Madam Speaker of the Congress of Deputies, Vice President of the European Union Commission, to members of the committees of parliaments and authorities with us. Good morning to you all. Please let me warmly welcome you to the Chamber of Territorial Representation of the Parliament in Spain, to the Senate, and we're honoured to offer you our headquarters as the meeting place for the meeting of chairpersons of the Conference of Parliamentary Committees for European Union Affairs, COSAC, that is being held during Spain's semester holding the presidency of the EU. As all of you know, it was actually here in Madrid, as you've heard, when COSAC was conceived. That was back in 1989. Now, back then, Spain was still a very recent member of what was, at the time, the European Community. And since then, a lot has been done in political construction in Europe. The path has never been easy. And as usually happens with everything that is worthwhile in our lives, it will never be a simple path for us, but it is worthwhile to walk down that path. And during those years, we have also made great strides in the active participation of national parliaments and the European Union Parliament to define the major areas of policy in the European Union. Parliamentary democracy, of course, is the best feature identifying all countries in the European Union, and is at the very heart, at the essence of its origins and its historical evolution, and of course its future. Now, back then, when COSAC was set up, it was a milestone in the rollout of parliamentary participation in the EU. Since then, cooperation mechanisms between national parliaments of the member states have gradually spread out over more fields. They've become more complex, but at the same time, they have also become more effective. With all of that, COSAC has nevertheless still been the prominent body because it is a cross-cutting body which has always facilitated participation in political and institutional debates on the EU agenda. Now today, when Europe has to face challenges, uncertainties, and tensions that are enormous, at a time when we, more than ever before, have to show Europeans that we are able to provide the right responses to those challenges, I believe it is even more important that the parliamentary perspective, that dimension, should continue to play a momentous role when deciding on the direction that the European Union should take to defend its shared values and interests. Therefore, this particular meeting of chairpersons of COSAC is so important. It will be held here in Spain's Senate in order to prepare the full COSAC meeting. I'm absolutely sure that all of you as chairpersons feel the same way, and that the work that will be done today will be productive and fruitful and fully in line with all of our expectations. Once again, welcome to Madrid. Welcome to your home, to the Senate, which is the territorial representation chamber here in Spain. We warmly welcome you, and we place a lot of our hopes, challenges, and solutions that are being asked for by all member states and our citizens in your hands. Thank you very much, and good morning.
Tenemos un receso de un par de minutos.
We have a couple of minutes recess to continue on with our agenda. We will bid farewell to the speakers, and we'll go into procedural issues that is to be chaired by Ms. Susana Sumelzo, our Spanish parliamentarian who has presided over the joint Senate Lower House Committee for European Union Affairs.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Comenzamos de nuevo
We'll start once again.
dándoles los buenos días,
We will
agradeciéndoles su presencia.
greet you and thank you for being here at this COSAC meeting here in Madrid. And of course, we're welcoming you to the Senate of Spain, one of our two houses of Parliament here in Spain. And we would like to thank all of you as colleagues. We've shared many months and years of work with you over the course of the last legislative term in Spain. And we'd like to welcome those of you who are new, the new chairpersons of the COSAC who are participating at this meeting for the first time. Ms. Varga, Chair of the European Affairs Committee from the Hungarian Parliament, Ms. Blakiotakis, the Vice Speaker of the Greek Parliament, Mr. Pisano, Chair of European Affairs Committee in the Camera dei Deputati in Italy, and Chair of the Finnish Committee, Mr. Van Apeldoorn, Chair of the Committee on European Affairs. He's here since June of this year. So welcome to all of you. We'll get into today's agenda. The presidential troika met yesterday evening to approve the agenda of this meeting, which has already been distributed to all of the delegations, and that is being put to you for approval. However, as a preliminary, we need to make some clarifications. we've had to adapt the initial program given the change of the status of things here in Spain after the snap elections that were called for the 23rd of July. And this circumstance has posed an unexpected obstacle for the parliamentary dimension of our Spanish presidency that organized this COSAC meeting without having had a joint committee of European affairs as we usually do. Given the situation, we felt it was advisable to replace a topic that was very specific with current issues related to the European Union. And this is what the German presidency did on the 30th of November 2020 as well. And this will give the parliamentarians more of an opportunity to raise opportunities that they feel are important for the EU, both in current affairs and following up on the State of the European Union address that we heard last week in Strasbourg. And given the diversity of the issues that can arise, and to provide structure for this debate, the Troika approved an introductory comment by the presidency and also closing remarks by the Spanish presidency for that session. Can we consider this proposed agenda to be adopted? Are there any comments? Can we consider this to be approved? All right, then we'll consider it approved. Thank you very much, and we'll move on to the provisional agenda, the draft agenda of the 70th COSAC meeting. The Troika also was informed of this provisional agenda, and given that we don't have our joint committee on EU affairs established at this stage, the draft agenda will have to be adjusted over the next few weeks, and we'll notify the Troika members as soon as possible. However, what is expected is for it generally to remain as is. We'll move on now to the outline of the 40th biannual report of the COSAC. The summary of this COSAC report has been distributed in advance, and it will soon, a questionnaire, rather, will soon be sent out. It actually was sent out last Wednesday, 13th of September. And we hope that this questionnaire will be useful looking towards the upcoming November meeting. The permanent member of the Secretariat will work on that questionnaire, and we would like to thank him for that work and its graphic presentation. Any comments on this item? Very well, then we'll move on to the next item, letters received by the presidency. We've received letters from Switzerland, Monaco, Georgia, Iceland, Norway, and Kosovo, and also from the British House of Lords. After consultations with the presidential troika, we replied affirmatively to all of these letters, and we proceeded to extend an invitation to these parliaments, reminding them that they would participate at the meetings as observers. Both the letters and the replies from the Spanish presidency have been published on our EU presidency website and on IPEX or IPEX. Any comments on that? All right, then we'll move on to the next item, which is appointment of the permanent member of the COSAC Secretariat for 2024-2025. The term of Mr. Diaz-Pinedo ends on the 31st of December of this year. And we saw that on the 70th COSAC meeting in November of this year, we will have a new term, and the presidency of Spain and the Troika for this item is that given that the Portuguese Parliament submitted in May of 2023 to this Troika, and given the proper, actually good functioning of this secretariat, the Spanish presidency is going to put him forward to continue and will convey full information on this issue to all parliamentarians. And we will open a period for national parliaments to submit their comments until the 5th of November of this year. And based on the comments received, the Troika will adopt a decision to be put to the plenary COSAC meeting on the 27th of November. Would anybody like to take the floor on this item or make any considerations? Therefore, this proposal may be considered to be approved. Yes, we consider it to be approved. So there are no interventions requested, but we do have another item, which is any other business. Would anyone like to take the floor on that? Well, I think that we've made up for the time that we've lagged behind on the first session, and so we are now ready for session 1 of this COSAC meeting with the presentation of priorities for the Spanish presidency. We will wait for our acting Minister of Foreign Affairs, José Manuel Álvarez Bueno, so we have a few minutes recess until he comes. Thank you.
Lo que me digáis. Continuamos.
Let us continue, if we could. This is session one now, which is the session on the presentation of the priorities of the Spanish presidency. Today we have with us the Acting Minister for Foreign Affairs, European Union and Cooperation, Mr. José Manuel Álvarez Bueno. He will be making his intervention first, and then you'll be able to ask any questions you would like to ask him. Minister?
Buenos días.
Good morning, Speaker of the Senate and Vice Speaker of the European Parliament, Mr. Othmar Karas, and legislators, MPs, senators. Thank you, very sincere thanks to you for being with us at this 70th meeting of the COSAC Chairpersons here in the Spanish Senate. And this city has a very special meaning for this meeting because it was the Conference of Chairpersons of Parliamentarians of the EU held in May 1989 here in Madrid that established this. And this is just the right forum to have exchanges between parliamentarians of member states to improve the flow of information through platforms like IPX and build bridges amongst our European citizens via dialogue, which is one of our European identifying traits or hallmarks. 34 years later, we're back here in Madrid at an exceptional time. The Spanish presidency of the Council, which firmly believes that national parliaments play a central role in building Europe, both inwards and outwards. And we saw this at the Euro-Latin American Plenary Assembly in July, right here in Spain's Senate, and we'll see this undoubtedly at this COSAC meeting. Parliaments are the tool that we have given ourselves as democracy in order to put forward solutions to the different challenges that our citizens place, and they're certainly the best antidote against the violence we see in Europe. They're the place where we legislate and work with politics and recognize new rights and freedoms. We work on social, environmental, and economic rights, and above all, they're the reflection of the diversity of our opinions that enriches us, the diversity of our cultures that enriches us, and the indispensable parity between men and women representing us. As a presidency of the Council, we have seen how many of COSAC's contributions are materializing over this presidency. The condemnation of the Russian invasion and solidarity with the Ukrainian people, and the decisive support of the enlargement process, and also driving forward the ecological transition, and Spain is a leading player there. Spain believes in the role of legislatures in democracy, and this is why the government has worked with Spain's lower chamber to prepare this presidency that we have this semester, convinced that we need to work towards a project for our country. and everything has been enriched with the contributions of our Spanish legislators. And we'll do this today here on a European scale. And this was reflected in the speech I gave in September 2022, and we enriched this with the priorities of our presidency of the Council, which is taking place at one of the most convulsive times with the most major political overhauls that we've seen in Europe over the last few decades. It's marked by the brutal, illegitimate, unjust and unjustified invasion by Russia of Ukraine. And we have seamless support with the rest of the European Union for Ukraine. Our presidency is working at the end of the legislature for the European Parliament, which will be held in May of next year. And so far, during our presidency, more than 400 meetings have been held, 5 formal councils, 1 Eurogroup, 3 informal ministerial meetings, 280 meetings of the rest of the preparatory meetings of the Council, 110 informal meetings, and the visit of the College of Commissioners and the President of the European Council here in Madrid. Our priorities: first, the reindustrialization, green reindustrialization, and the strategic autonomy of Europe. This is very beneficial for the Union, and we don't want a fortress Europe. We want openness without too much dependence in areas such as energy and health and food, which are closest to our citizens' needs. And therefore, some of the central issues are the law on critical raw material, artificial intelligence also, because we need a regulatory framework to have responsible digitization with access to the digital environment, and also security. Open strategic autonomy is very important, and we opened our presidency with this. Now, on the 6th of October in Granada, we'll have a meeting of the European political community, and in order to do this, we need to diversify and have closer ties with our partners and friends. And I'm referring to Latin American and Caribbean countries, and this is how we started with the EU-CELAC summit, which was a collective success. We had more than 50 heads of state and government attending. The organization of the summit was a success, and it had been put off for all too long. But it's not an end in of itself, but rather a means to work beyond this semester and our presidency. Every 2 years, we need to hold these summits, alternated with summits of foreign affairs heads with its corresponding consultative body, because the commitment that Europe has vis-à-vis Latin America is firm, and the announcement of more than 45 billion euros to be spent in the Global Gateway Agenda framework, and Spain will contribute to that with nearly 10 billion euros. This is a joint future that the two regions have. The agreements that we've secured with Argentina on energy cooperation and with Chile on sustainable raw material chains are important. In the framework of that summit, we reached another major landmark agreement, the post-Cotonou agreement signature is what I'm referring to. And here, Here at this very forum, the Eurolat Parliamentary Assembly was held, and I attended it. Our priority is to make progress in the green transition and curb climate change and environmental degradation is an opportunity that we have to reduce our energy dependency and lower our energy bills. We need to create quality jobs in our companies in Europe and eliminate energy poverty amongst our citizens. Renewable energies and green energy, the restoration of ecosystems to maintain natural balances that provide us with health and well-being, proper water management, and a transition from old and outdated framework. All of this is an opportunity to develop and create jobs, quality jobs. And here we have the reform of the design of the electric market. We have Fit for 55, the legislation that has to do with conservation and restoration of nature in order to curb the biodiversity contact and the Net Zero Biodiversity Act. This will culminate the unrolling of the European Green Deal. Thirdly, we need greater social and economic justice because we can't have a European project for the future without it continuing to cast certainty and prosperity and well-being for each and every one of us here in Europe. Europe that's closer to its citizens and their needs. And among the major issues, we have the pluriannual financial framework and also the reforming of economic governance rules. We want more realistic, predictable, and fair rules that enable member states to fund the necessary policies to make sure that Europeans are prospering at the same time as we ensure fiscal sustainability. The presidency of the Council believes in a more inclusive union, and along these lines, we're making progress towards the initiatives that were set in the European Pillar of Social Rights, and also measures in favor of equal treatment among and between people, and their inclusion with very special attention paid to equality between men and women, and the issues of children, disabilities, and aging. And we also have a proposal from the Commission on the European Disability Directive. 87 million Europeans with disability will be able to access goods and services, and finally, a common space for mobility of their own. And we need to be cohesive, geographically speaking, with the special features such as areas on islands, islands and border regions, islands that are scarcely populated, and Spain firsthand knows about these types of challenges and demographic challenges. And this is why this is a cross-cutting priority in our presidency. And lastly, our fourth priority, bolstering, upholding, ensuring, and safeguarding European unity. I think nobody doubts that this is what enables everything else, all of the other objectives that the Union has. That is what's driving us forward. And in this context that's marked by an increase in geopolitical tension, the European Union must stay together. We as member states need to continue to develop tools that enable us to efficiently face the major challenges of our time. Our objective cannot be any other than bolstering the European Union's traits, identifying traits, because we're a community of rights. And it's our values that right now are being attacked from outside the European Union, but not only, also within our societies. And this is what underpins and enables and lends meaning to our unity. And this is why this, first and foremost, is what we need to protect. It's crucial for us to continue to support Ukraine using those principles, unity and solidarity. In defending democracy, we are also showing the way towards European integration, and we're offering a real, true horizon for our partners in the Western Balkans. We're recognizing their efforts, the major reforms that they've enacted over years, and we're with them taking the steps to further reform. And we cannot overlook states that very recently have achieved candidate status, such as Moldova. And working towards a broader union, we need to rethink the way we optimize decision-making processes, and we need to deepen our union. And this is why our presidency is driving forward the debate on gateway clauses, common policy and security, taxation. All of this will help us to work effectively after enlargement. We also need to be, in order to meet their demands, we need to be able to work with a more efficient and coordinated management of migration and asylum procedures. We need to manage migrations in a way that's humane, responsible, solidarity-based, at the same time as we work with our partners with cooperation policies, development cooperation policies that are effective. And this is why our presidency aspires to reaching goals on illegal migration, and this is currently under negotiation. So in conclusion, our presidency is an opportunity for Spain to show its vision for Europe, but it's also a magnificent opportunity for us to all work, as Spain always does, playing together as Europeans whenever we have the opportunity. The Spanish presidency firmly believes that the future and well-being of each and every European can only happen with a stronger, more united, more social, and more sustainable union. In short, closer to its citizens. And I can assure you that we are making all of our efforts in this direction. We will continue to do so until the 31st of December. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, señor ministro.
Thank you very much to Minister Alvarez. So we will complete our list of requests for the floor, and I need to tell you that there are 30 requests for interventions. The very first one will be the first Vice President of the European Parliament, Mr. Karas. I would like to explain the procedure to you for the debate. Your name will appear on the screen, any of the screens there, and when you see your name and it's your turn to speak, you need to stand up and press the button there. The camera will spotlight you, and you will have 1 minute and a half. We would ask you to be very strict about the time that you have been allotted, so that the minister, the Spanish minister, can also respond to any questions or comments that you might make. So let me give the floor first of all to Mr. Karas.
Honorable Speaker, dear Pedro Ojeda, Honorable Minister, dear José Manuel Alvarez, Honorable Co-Chairs, dear Susana Somelzo, dear José Ignacio Landaluce. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends from the different parliaments in Europe, thank you on behalf of the European Parliament for the possibility to contribute to this debate. Yes, Europe is under pressure. And yes, there is no business as usual. Peace, freedom, democracy are not the law of nature. The achievements of one generation can be lost by the next. In the State of the Union speech last week, Ursula von der Leyen made it very clear that she is fully aware of the historical responsibility and that we must face it together. Our starting position is not simple. We are experiencing more multiple crises simultaneously than ever since 1945. Anyone who claims that these challenges can be solved easily is misleading. We must accept that there is no one simple answer. We must explain the complex global interactions, even if it is unpopular and exhausting. Less than 270 days before the EU elections, it is of key importance that the European decision makers strive to find solutions. It is about doing, implementing, and enforcing what we have planned to do, without allowing ourselves to be irritated by party politics, populists, or election tactics. The Spanish presidency has a crucial role, and on behalf of the European Parliament, I welcome its priorities and the progress so far. The second half of this presidency must be used to the fullest to finalize open files or to prepare the finalization under the Belgian presidency. Everything that will not be ready in the next 6 months, 3 months under the Spanish and 3 months under the Belgian presidency, will not be ready before the EU elections. It is double the workload in half of the time. Be it the long overdue pact on migration and asylum, the world's first artificial intelligence act, the vital economic governance review, the 4 pending Fit for 55 acts, or necessary review of the EU long-term budget, including own resources. The strategic autonomy is key. Our strategic autonomy inside the European Union, for the European Union, and outside the European Union. We have a lot of challenges in the new geopolitical framework of our world. At the same time, we must face with determination the economic, green and digital transformations. And we must become more independent and competitive, ensuring social cohesion along the way. Let me make 5 points on the end. First, the Green Deal is not only a climate protection plan. The Green Deal is an economic environmental investment program. We must realize this potential and stop lagging behind in implementation. Second, when it comes to competitiveness, one thing is clear. Our democratic system must not come free of charge. If necessary, we have to pay a price for it. We need trade agreements, Mercosur, for example, and we need to fight unfair competition. I point out China. However, we should not forget the biggest potential for more competitiveness, growth and jobs, and the biggest potential for less barriers and for less bureaucracy is the completion of our single market and generally more cooperation. 829 billion euros per year is alone the added value of more cooperation in the areas of free movement of goods and services. Third, we need a serious debate and a clear master plan to achieve the objective of a common foreign security and defense policy. Europe's geopolitical role in the world also defines the internal strength of the European Union. The European Union must be united outside the European Union. We must be a global player. Fourth, Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine has shown that the EU must become the political instrument to unite all democratic states in Europe. EU enlargement must go hand in hand with EU integration. We need the Convention for the necessary treaty reform as agreed in the Conference on the Future of Europe, putting an end to the anonymity principle, to blackmailing and blockades. Fifth, all these challenges require a healthy liberal parliamentary democracy. Last week, the European Parliament has adopted a report on parliamentarism, European citizenship and democracy, which is another contribution to our common project, the Charter on the Role of Parliaments in a Functioning Liberal Democracy, which we will adopt of the Speakers' Conference in April next year here in Madrid. Jean-Claude Juncker, dear friends, once said, everyone knows what reforms we need, but no one knows how to introduce them than to win an election. This is true in many ways. Let us finally start advocating again for what is necessary and for what is right, instead of fearing the next poll. And so we can say it is our job to create a new kind of political style. It is our job to solve our problems. It is our job to implement our common decisions. The parliaments are the heart of the liberal parliamentarian democracy. Good luck.
Thank you very much, Mr. Karas. Given the number of interventions and in order not to lengthen the session too much, we would like to ask you to keep to 1 minute for your intervention. So please be very concise and ask the Minister the questions you would like to ask. Let us start with the first person to speak, who will be Mr. Van Goidsenhoven from Belgium. Please go ahead. Please stand up. Remember, stand up and switch on the microphone. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Speaker and dear colleagues. The Spanish presidency of the EU is taking place at a momentous stage. It is the last chance for us to be able to complete certain dossiers before the end of the term of Parliament. We've already been able to see the progress that being made in a number of dossiers led by the Spanish. We've just heard from the Minister of the announcement about the priorities, including reindustrialization and the green transition, as well as issues regarding foreign policy. And we know that there has been some very swift progress and will be more. And also that there is a new cooperation agreement with Japan on semiconductors, as well as that agreement with New Zealand. Since the start of the semester, Belgium has been part of the Troika and will take over this presidency of the EU as of January 2024. Our priorities are similar to the current presidency. We would like to be able to complete as many initiatives as possible for legislation before the end of the Parliament. Our programme is also hinging on the importance of open strategic autonomy for the EU to be able to reinforce our economic resilience and also to be able to work on the digital transformation, the importance too of the combating violence, and also we will be preparing our presidency, and we hope to be able to also work on the major issues so that we can have a more open and fairer European Union underpinned by the values that we all believe in. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Let me give the floor now to Mr. Volmart from Sweden.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, Speaker.
Foremost, Ukraine. Then, this year, Europe's single markets turn 30 years. Today, the single market is the largest border-free area for economic cooperation in the world. In recent years, the single market has been confronted with crises of various kinds. During the pandemic, for example, there were disruptions to global value chains, leading to shortages of important products. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is exacerbating the challenges to the single market. The war has led to an extensive energy crisis, which in turn has led to higher prices in most areas. In times of crisis, the EU needs to continue to harness force to remove barriers, implement and apply existing legislation, and adapt the single market to today's modern and digital society and to the citizens' and companies' expectations. The single market must also continue to adapt to new challenges. We need to protect our single market. Gracias.
Gracias.
Thank you very much, Hans. The next speaker will be Mr. Lopatza from Austria.
Dear colleagues, dear Minister, first of all, thank you very much for your hospitality. Spain has taken over the Council presidency in a particularly intensive European working phase. And as my colleague mentioned already, of course, Russia's aggression against Ukraine is on the top of the agenda. But among the priorities of the Spanish presidency, the topic of migration is of key importance for a country like Italy or Austria. And as far as migration is concerned, we are still facing major challenges. And it is a very positive fact that your presidency recognizes this importance of the external dimension, in particular cooperation with third countries, control of external borders, including their financing. And we expect that your proposals will be discussed at the level of heads of state and government later this autumn. And here we need concrete results. And I hope that you can be successful. Another thing, the relationship between Spain and Latin America is a very special one. And we welcome that you are working also on this EU-Mercosur agreement. But we see some need for some changes, especially looking at the dimension of ecology. So I wish Spain the best for the presidency, and I hope you can be successful, especially in this migration issue. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Let me give the floor now to Mr. Bugman?
Dear colleagues, I fully agree with the words of my colleague and friend Reinhold Lopatka. I just would like to address the enlargement process of the European Union. As you know, Austria is very interested in this issue. For Austria, to which the countries of the Western Balkans are of great importance, it's also important that offers made to Ukraine are also open to the countries of the Western Balkans, such as integration into the single market. It's also important to intensify political exchange at all levels to promote understanding of EU issues and EU concerns. It's also essential that we do not create two categories of candidate countries. All candidate countries have to fulfill all rules, procedures and conditions of the EU accession process and implement necessary reforms. So I really do wish that the Spanish presidency is successful also in the fields of the enlargement process. All the best for you.
Thank you very much. Let me give the floor now to Mr. Tapulas Santos.
Buenos días.
Good morning. Let me start off by greeting the Spanish presidency and congratulating it for its priorities and the work that has been done despite the difficult circumstances in domestic politics in Spain. I would also like to reiterate the full support of the Portuguese Parliament with regard to the debate that we have had in the Parliament with that great consensus. The priorities are right for the political times we are living in the European Union and the world, and fully consistent with the Troika's programme and the Commission's work. With all of that, and in spite of the lessons history has given us in recent times, we have also become aware of the fact that there are unpredictable circumstances with terrible impact on us, the war in Ukraine, natural disasters, pandemics. But I've also been aware of the fact that perhaps we should have the creation of a permanent financial mechanism to deal with crisis. We have supported that in Portugal, as well as with the definition of new natural resources to emphasize that. Thank you. The next speaker will be Mr. Petkov from Bulgaria.
Dear colleagues, it's a great pleasure to be here with all of you. I want to touch on something that we already spoke with few of the colleagues in the last day or two. Russia is playing a coordinated role and is trying to attack the democracy and freedom of the European Union by trying to play us separately in a coordinated fashion. What I want to say here is that the only way to overcome this challenge is to play together. To give you a specific example, the entry of Schengen for Bulgaria and Romania affects the stability of both countries, especially in Bulgaria, for the rotation that will happen in the beginning of next year. Political destabilization in Bulgaria would affect destabilization in the Western Balkans through the link of North Macedonia and Albania. Political destabilization in the Western Balkans would affect the chances of Moldova and Ukraine and Georgia in the EU accession. This would also affect the migration risks if we manage these migration risks separately, as my colleagues from Austria said. We have to have a coordinated joint strategy within the Schengen space. And unless we realize these links, what Russia is doing today is playing it one by one each of the issues. The only way to overcome this challenge is to put the pictures together in sessions like this one to understand the links and actually play a coordinated strategy on the other side. Only then Russia becomes weaker and we become stronger. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Mr. Hadjukovic from Croatia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and of course, congratulations to Spanish presidency and to the priorities you have outlined. However, dear colleagues, I think it is not an understatement to say that after February 2022, we are facing a global crisis, a global challenge, not only on our continent, but in the entire world. And the European project, its peace component, so the major motivator behind the European project is never more important. And when and if we are debating the future of our continent and the future of our union, we must not forget enlargement. We have colleagues from Moldova, Ukraine, Macedonia, Albania, Serbia and Kosovo here with us today. And without them, the European project is not complete. And let us not forget Georgia. My dear colleagues, I sincerely hope that the injustice towards Georgia will be rectified by the end of the year and Georgia will become a candidate country. Without these countries, the peace project of the European Union cannot be achieved and the European Union project is not complete. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. The next speaker will be Mr. Georgiades from Cyprus.
And thank you for hosting us in this amazing city. Colleagues, as we seek our strategic autonomy, what will be crucial is deciding how we deal with autocracies and illiberal democracies around the world. Pretending not to see will not work. Prioritizing commercial gains over freedom and values is wrong. Entrusting our energy security or selling arms to regimes which violate human rights will eventually hurt our own vital interests. And the Russian aggression against Ukraine was a wake-up call for all. In our own part of Europe, in the East Med, we have been having a hard time dealing with an important neighbor, Turkey. Let me say that Cyprus, more than any other EU member state, would actually stand to benefit if Turkey genuinely pursued its EU aspirations. We could be the strongest allies in such an effort. But for the moment, we are on the receiving end of policies which show that we are not there yet. Colleagues, I understand that we must keep lines of communication open. President von der Leyen proposed, interestingly, de-risking, but not decoupling, referring to China. It is interesting, but I would insist that we must do more to determine an effective and credible policy regarding such regimes. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Mr. Anclades from the French National Assembly. Could you please make sure that you can keep to time allotted so that we can get through all of the people who've asked for the floor? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam President. I would first of all like to congratulate Spain on its agenda with its strategic priorities and independence. We've heard about the strategic autonomy of Europe. We've heard from the minister who's talked about the economy and climate, of course. We also need a Europe that is able to manage its borders. We've all heard about that. It is important to be able to conclude the Asylum Migration Pact. We still do not have a clear and secure borders yet for Europe, and in our opinion, this is an essential requirement to be able to make sure that our citizens are safe and secure, to be able to deal with the migratory challenges in the Channel, in the Mediterranean, and also with regard to the Russian invasion. And also, we need to be able to avoid deaths in the Mediterranean. So European Union cooperation is the only way to stop irregular immigration, to make sure that we can ensure that people can come in with migratory flows that are safe and regular through our borders. We need to do this. We need to cooperate all together. without these nationalist proposals that are a stalemate position, we need to have a priority for the Spanish presidency, this agreement on asylum and migration. Thank you very much. Let me give the floor now to Mr. Cadec from the French Senate. Minister, dear colleagues, let me please first of all give apologies for our speaker who is campaigning at the moment. I'm here to represent him. In our committee, we support fully your priorities in your presidency, particularly the reindustrialization of the European Union and the guaranteeing of the open strategic autonomy. We, of course, are concerned about how to link up ecological transition and growth, particularly for agriculture. And we also have concerns with regard to certain provisions with regard to the regulation of renaturalization. And there has been a provision that has adopted. And negotiations need to be done at an individual level. We, of course, do share with you that the idea that we need to conserve our biodiversity of the ecosystem, but we believe that sometimes preserving nature is not compatible with the food security that has to be guaranteed for Europe. We would like to say to you, Minister, we need to make sure that we have that autonomy and independence. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me give the floor to Mr. Plakietakis for Greece.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since this is my first COSAC meeting, allow me first to stress that I'm particularly pleased to join this esteemed conference today. The priorities of the Spanish presidency largely reflect my country's perspective and allow me to speak about the immigration issue, as my previous colleague has already stated, and also to carry the experience of my previous capacity as a Minister for Maritime Affairs and Insurance Policy for Greece for the last 4 years, responsible also for the Hellenic Coast Guard. I can assure you that it is not an easy task, and also it is an expensive task. It is a constant fight against all these criminal networks and those who support them in any way, which put human lives at risk by organizing and executing the crossing of the external sea borders of Greece and Europe in completely unsafe manner. We can no longer give alibi to countries that do not abide by the agreements or resort to inhuman practices of instrumentalizing human lives in exchange for political influence. We should support the work of the presidency and find solutions. Honourable Minister, I believe it would be quite essential if you could address, in short, the expectations of the presidency regarding the progress in the negotiation of the European Pact on Migration and Asylum. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. The next speaker will be Mr. Kepto from Slovenia.
Dear Chair, dear colleagues, all 4 priorities of the Spanish presidency address the current state of the modern world, at the same time the EU. They are chosen in line with the challenges that we face and to which we have to find the answer together. If we take a good look in the first 3 priorities, all 3 are basic components of sustainable development. And we all know the society or even civilization develops best if these components are balanced. In addition to that, we must not forget about security issues that we face, migration, war in our neighborhood, where it is also very important to strengthen the partnership with all countries of the Western world and the NATO alliance, which significantly contributes to global security and stability. When reindustrialization the EU it is necessary to take strategic autonomy into account and to aim for the EU to be at the very top of the new technological revolution. At the same time, we must be aware of all the challenges of artificial intelligence brings. Slovenia strongly supports the EU's efforts to become the first society in the world to legally regulate the use of artificial intelligence. Regarding the green transition and the use of renewable energy sources, I think it is important to implement it sensibly and at the same time prudently, so that our economy does not lose competitiveness with other economies. And finally, one more specific question. The priority states that the reform of the electricity market
Terminando.
will be encouraged, the aim of which is also to lower electricity prices and improve the stability of the system. Are there any concrete solutions of activities already indicated? Thank you.
Gracias. A continuación,
Thank you. Now, Mr. Abaka from Hungary.
Chair, as a new member of COSAC, thank you very much for your warm welcome. As a former Justice and European Affairs Minister, I personally took part in the drafting of the TRIO program, which we support a lot from Hungarian side. We think that it is a well-balanced priority row and addresses the most pressing needs of Europe. As to the Hungarian presidency, we will put competitiveness issue at the core of our priorities with a special focus on demographic challenges and aspects. Of course, while respecting the member states' competencies, demographic and family policy will highlight our semester. And finally, let me stress our vision for a larger and smarter Europe which respects the subsidiarity principle and enhances integration where there is a real added value. Enlargement will definitely be the core principle of our presidency, and we would like to show the way for the Western Balkan and Eastern neighborhood countries, including Georgia especially, and the enlargement process must be merit-based and no fast-track procedure is possible. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Howe from Ireland. Microphone, please.
Apologies. The EU needs friends at this time, I was saying. We are all aware of the threat posed by autocracies. The minister spoke of geopolitical tensions. Therefore, I welcome the cooperation with Latin American and Caribbean countries. In that context, I believe it's important that we use that structure to do what we can to save the Amazon rainforests, to use that structure to deal with climate change. I think that would be extremely important. And on the same vein of the EU needing friends, enlargement is so important as well. We have the Western Balkans applying to join the EU, and also Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia. So we do need to deal with the issues that arise from enlargement and to deal with them effectively. And separately, could I thank the Member States for their cooperation with Ireland in relation to the Brexit negotiations. We have the Windsor framework in place now to deal with the situation that arose in Northern Ireland, and I look forward to the implementation of the Windsor framework. To thank Maros Sefcovic for his patience and understanding, and I hope that the Spanish presidency will continue to monitor that situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pisano from Italy. Yes. Speaker, Minister, dear colleagues, I would like to thank Minister Avalos for having illustrated us on the Spanish presidency's priorities, and also the Vice Speaker, Mr. Karas. As my circumscription includes Lampedusa, I feel it's very important to remind everybody that Lampedusa is on the very edge of the European Union and not only the borders of Italy. And in these convulsive times, the police and the health services and volunteers are doing the impossible virtually to manage the situation that's unprecedented, and the solidarity that President von der Leyen, as well as President Macron and Chancellor Scholz have demonstrated is a signal in the right direction, but we need to do more if we don't want Lampedusa to die. In July 2019, at the beginning of her term, Ms. von der Leyen spoke of a geopolitical commission, and using these words we feel was very intelligent and well thought out to define the Commission now. But this means with this approach, we need to have a direct influence. Yes? Yes, we need to speak. These have a direct influence on the direct geopolitical tendencies in the continent. And Europe is in the center of its territory. The war in the Ukraine makes it very important to work with our southern neighbors along the Mediterranean. Thank you, Mr. Pisano. It's nearly twice the amount of time you were allotted. I'm very sorry. Mr. Terzi Santagata has the floor now.
Madam President, I think that your leadership, the leadership of Spanish during this semester, shows how important are three fundamental principles: solidarity, responsibility, cohesiveness. My colleague has eloquently explained what is happening in Lampedusa, and these three principles must be fully implemented on the migration situation. The 10 points suggested and proposed, advanced by President Ursula von der Leyen yesterday in Lampedusa, and fully supported by President Giorgia Meloni, are going to be implemented today in the Council of Ministers in Rome to fight the criminals which make of slave migrants their business, to prevent their departure, to examine each case on an extended period of 18 months, securing all the centers where they are taken, and also foreseeing a naval mission to monitor the Mediterranean. These are the basic implementation of the three principles that I mentioned that extend to Ukraine, to enlargement, and to the other issues which are the matter of subsequent discussion. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. We'll have Mr. Bo from the Netherlands.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And let me start by thanking you for hosting this COSAC in the very beautiful city of Madrid. Secondly, I would like to congratulate you on your priorities. I'd like to highlight one in my speech. The EU stepped up its game on combating the biggest challenge we face right now, and that is climate change. But at the same time, we also face an energy crisis. We need to have clean, affordable energy. And in order to do so, we need to have more critical raw materials available. It has been mentioned before. We need it for our wind turbines, we need it for our solar panels, we need it for our energy storage in batteries. And we will need to use less to produce more, we will need to recycle more, and we will need to strategically diversify our supply. It has all been mentioned before, and that is why I applaud the progress that has been made under the Spanish presidency on the Critical Raw Materials Act, but I would also like to encourage you to finalize the deal before the end of your presidency, as our EU citizens need to have clean, affordable energy. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mucio from Romania.
Gracias por la palabra.
Thank you very much for the floor, and good day to all of you.
Fully supports the Spanish priorities during this semester, as we share the same expectation in terms of unity and solidarity, social and economic justice, green transition of our strategic autonomy. Since strengthening of the European unity is a key priority of the Spanish presidency, I would like to emphasize once again the relevance of completing the enlargement of the Schengen area. In this regard, we highly appreciate the positive approach of the Spanish presidency. Our common assessment, largely shared by our partners at the EU level, along with the European institution, is that the Schengen area will be stronger with Romania and Bulgaria as full members. And the EU will be safer, more united, and more resilient. We also deem important to consolidate the migration and asylum policies. We showed a constructive approach in this process, proved to be a security provider and a credible partner in the protection of the Union's external borders. On the other hand, I am taking this opportunity to reaffirm our support for Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity, as well as our full solidarity with Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. We strongly condemn the continued Russian attacks on innocent people and civilian infrastructure, including on the Danube, close to the Romanian border. For this reason, I emphasize the need for an integrated approach to the Black Sea that also includes ensuring the resilience of the Republic of Moldova, a state severely affected by the consequences of the war. Gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Now, Ms. Tabako from Albania. At 1:15, we will close this debate so that our minister can reply. So I would really ask you to please take the floor very briefly so that we can hear from as many people as possible.
Dear colleagues, first of all, thank you very much to the host for the amazing hospitality so far, especially starting from last night with El Prado, which will be very difficult to match. Coming to the priorities of the Spanish presidency, it is very important to focus now on market integration, renewable energy, needing a greater deepening of the internal markets, and of course, coordinated efforts on the asylum process, also migration. Last days in Lampedusa have been, of course, worrying for all of us, especially as good neighbors. But I believe today for the accession countries, for Albania and the other countries, it's important to focus on the last priority of the Spanish presidency, the enlargement process. 10 years after the last Spanish presidency, we are in the same situation. It is true this is a merit-based process. It is a state-building reform also for our countries. But we need to progress with the second conference for Albania and Montenegro and North Macedonia, also visa liberalization and application for Kosovo, and new developments for Montenegro, Serbia, Bosnia-Herzegovina, not forgetting Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia. Thank you.
Señora Konak, también de Albania.
Ms. Konak, also from Albania.
El botón, de acuerdo.
EU must remain united is one of the 4 priorities of the Spanish presidency and a necessity for the Europe mostly faced these 2 last years after the Russia war. And more than ever, this is the momentum that European Union had to make efforts and give clear perspective for the countries of 6 Western Balkans and the recent candidate countries such as Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia with the other status. Albania has been the same line in the foreign policy with EU countries, especially during these almost 2 years of violation of security and peace in our continent. We have recently finalized successfully the screening process of the legislation and fulfilled all the requirements based on the new methodology. And we wish that second intergovernmental conference will be held for Albania and North Macedonia during the Spanish presidency. Now is the time to prove that the enlargement promises with the new methodology are merit-based approach check for our countries that aspire the European perspective and not overlooking the European capacity to absorb new members, but to follow the vision on enlargement and making the EU completed. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. Mr. Anemi, then, from North Macedonia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, dear colleagues. It's an honor and pleasure to be here today in this meeting, and let me first wish you a successful presidency with the EU Council. Spain is proceeding with EU in a decisive period when Europe is facing major challenges. The Spanish presidency has the responsibility to decide on several important issues because it is the last fully operational presidency before the elections for the European Parliament. It is of particular importance for us that Spain is a proven supporter of our European integration process. Our country welcomes the presidency readiness to continue the EU integration process of the Western Balkans and to follow up on the decision to grant candidate status to Ukraine and Moldova and to offer an EU perspective to Georgia. I'm convinced that most of you are informed of the significant steps that the Republic of North Macedonia took over the past period in order to finally unblock its European integration path. we believe in European dream, and I hope that EU institutions and countries they will make decisions in that direction, not only for North Macedonia, but for the whole Western Balkan countries. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Maito from Turkey.
Madam Chair, dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to thank Spain for the wonderful hospitality. Here we see the priority of Spain is to prepare EU for the new geopolitical challenges. Our challenges are common, so we must deepen our cooperation to turn these challenges into opportunities in order to build a better future. In all these areas, cooperation and deeper engagement with Turkey would have a multiplier effect in achieving the priorities. The war in Ukraine has revealed the geopolitical relevance of Turkey, both for EU and for NATO. Especially during this crucial time, we believe that there is a strong need of dialogue between Turkey and EU. We ask EU authorities not to allow countries like Southern Cyprus to block this dialogue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to you. And to end the list for this debate, we have Serbia next.
Thank you, distinguished chair. Dear colleagues, enlargement is indeed not defined as a special priority of the Spanish presidency, but it is mentioned within the framework of strengthening the concept of the European Union. A few weeks ago, at the Bled Strategic Forum, 2030 was set as the EU enlargement target for the inclusion of the Western Balkans. But since 1999, different dates have been set as the EU enlargement targets, and all of these have been symbolic and so-called indicative terms. In that sense, we should consider the latest one. The fact is that unfortunately the time has already passed without seeing any real change, and it has resulted in skepticism. The most obvious explanation for this is that the EU's own lack of commitment to the Western Balkans. The region is firmly on the Union's agenda, but between the Eurozone crisis, the crisis in Ukraine, the refugee wave, the coronavirus pandemic, and the more recent Russian aggression in Ukraine, there is always another real priority. It's time for changing Western Balkans' perspective of EU integration from the politics of waiting for Godot into the politics of predictability, credibility, trust, and support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those speakers that have not been able to speak during this session, you will have a chance later on during the day. So let me give the floor now to Minister Alvarez to respond to the questions. Thank you very much. Listening to all of your interventions, I have become very much aware of how much vitality there is in COSAC, and therefore how much vitality there is in the European Union and Europe. A number of questions have come up over and over again during the interventions. The first one is enlargement. Clearly, this is a priority of our presidency. We are waiting for the enlargement report package that will come out in October. But certainly Spain is ready during its presidency to advance forward as much as is possible, depending on the Commission's package when that comes up. At the moment, there are two situations. Of course, these are merit-based, and this is the final outcome. This is the way all member countries have achieved accession to the European Union. Just a few weeks before our presidency started, I was actually on a visit to the Western Balkans, and I've seen just how much effort has been made by those countries there. for most countries, there reforms, the economy have all been reinforced. And so in our presidency, we'll be holding ministerial level, very high-level meetings with those countries. In October, actually, there will be a ministerial meeting, which I requested by letter just a few months before presidency commenced. So in spite of all of those efforts that are being made by the Western Balkans countries, we have to make sure that the gaps, the differences in the EU should not become wider. We have to accompany all of the Western Balkan countries and avoid the frustration of a population there. They are making such an effort to try and come into the European Union, and at the same time, I believe the EU can play a role to ensure they are integrated as well. And that will certainly help them to become members. And then we have Ukraine and Moldova, and of course, a European perspective on Georgia. We don't forget that there are different situations. There's the heroic situation in the Ukraine, which means it is very specific, it's unique. It's a country at war with all of the challenges that that entails. But at the same time, it is defending the values of Europe, the values that are the engine of European construction, and all of that should be taken into account. And of course, Spain will do everything within its power to move forward with the enlargement dossier. Another point that has been mentioned over and over again is immigration, migration, the problem on Lampedusa and the new pact, the agreement. This is one of our priorities. Spain will spare no effort to be able to reach agreements at a European level for these dossiers. Bilaterally, the Spanish government has always been a country of solidarity with other European countries. So we have taken on the responsibility that we have as a country of entry there. We've been seeing that there is the Eastern Mediterranean, the Central Mediterranean, the Western Mediterranean routes for people trying to get into Europe. And we've had over 300% increases in the central rates and also the eastern route, but nevertheless, some of the rates have dropped off in Spain, but we are still responsible because that is what we have to do. We have to control foreign borders, and we've always shown solidarity there. We've been ready to participate in Europe and help those member countries that have asked for help when they've had boats that have been off the coast of Malta, Greece, and Italy. Spain has always said to those countries, if we can help you out, we will do so. And we certainly firmly believe that the solution to the migratory challenge Europe is facing has to be European, because people aren't coming to one particular country, they're coming to Europe. And we shouldn't resign ourselves to the fact that the Mediterranean and also the Atlantic route to the Canary Islands should year after year become the graveyard for thousands of people who choose that erroneous way to try and have a better life. And there has been a formula that Spain has been following. That is the unwavering fight against those mafia groups and a high-level political dialogue with the countries of origin and transit, and the development of cooperation programs, very strong programs to be able to offer other alternatives for the livelihoods of these people, and also agreeing on the access conditions for legal entry to Europe, the guarantee that there is the possibility of legal migration is the best deterrence that can be to stop people risking their lives unnecessarily, trying to get into Europe illegally. And we also have to quite clearly say no to populist responses to migration. The circumstances we have now always have solutions. Structural problems have to be managed, and the degree of development that you could look at it from different ways. You could look at it population age or the per capita income. If you look at the difference between Europe and Africa, nevertheless, it is a structural problem that requires management from Europe with a European solution. And of course, you can rely on Spain as a member state of the European Union, holding the presidency of the EU, to be able to find that solidarity-based solution. Ukraine. There have been a number of references to Ukraine and to the war. It is absolutely fundamental for us Europeans to remain united around the support for Ukraine so that it can defend its sovereignty, its territorial integrity, its defenseless civilians, because we are also defending basic principles of the European Union, as basic as the abolition of war in Europe. No war as a way of solving problems of sovereignty between states. There's the sovereignty of states and also democracy. And remember my own words in this debate, those values, those principles that aren't just beautiful philosophical ideas, are the very heart, the very engine of the construction of Europe, those decades of peace and prosperity that are now being questioned and challenged because of the Russian aggression in Ukraine and also because of strong forces within our own societies and within our own states. And to those forces we have to respond to. There have been a number of references to the ecological transition and to energy. This is one of the great challenges of our presidency, and we are moving forward swiftly here to be able to guarantee supply. And that's why we have to diversify supply sources. We have to continue to do more with renewable energy sources, because that part of renewables that we have in our member states is also all about energy sovereignty. Within our own states, we have to guarantee, as Spain has done with the Iberian solution, which is more and more becoming a European solution, we have to have affordable, cheap energy for all of our citizens. So we have to diversify that supply chain to do that. And that is another way, too, of combating climate change. We're seeing that we're suffering from this. It's getting worse year after year, and I think nobody can deny this anymore. And this is not incompatible either with compensation for our farmers and for farming. Quite the opposite, is a way of offering them new opportunities. There have also been another of ad hoc questions that have come up. The Belgian presidency, we're working together, of course, with Belgium, and the Spanish presidency of the EU is not an end in itself. We will be handing over the baton and the torch to the next country. The multi-year financial framework is also a priority of the Spanish presidency, and we will be commencing that process. Our own resources, our own materials, that is another discussion, and we need to sit down and think about that with some clear ideas. We will do everything possible to make sure the European Union-Mercosur agreement can move forward. We've seen that with the summit. I think this is the great opportunity for Brazil and President Lula heading Mercosur. This is the great opportunity for Mercosur. Europe doesn't just create a huge free trade market, but a huge environmental protection area, including the lungs of our planet, the Amazon. The entry of Bulgaria and Romania in Schengen, we've said that quite clearly, it's one of our priorities, and if it were up to us in Spain, they would be already in. We also have a good agenda with regard to customs and high-level issues with other countries. We have solidarity with everyone. And lastly, competitiveness. Quite obviously, this is now the 30th anniversary of our single market. Competitiveness is what drives our market, isn't it? But competitiveness is not incompatible with social progress and furthering the rights of workers. Quite the opposite. I think this is one of the reasons that we have a single market, and that is one of the areas we'll also work on in our presidency. I do thank you so much for this exchange of views. It has enriched me, particularly as a representative of the Spanish presidency of the Council, and I think a lot of the views that we've heard today in the comments will help us to make sure that the rest of our presidency will be a success, as it has been up to now, with the support of all of you in Europe. Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister Alvarez. We now have a coffee break. We will take the coffee break until 12. Please go to the Patio Los Naranjos for your coffee. Thank you.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Muchas gracias.
Thanks very much. If you will, let's start this next session, which is our second session.
Tendremos,
As my colleague said, Susana Sulelzo, the members who belong to the EU will have priority now, and who were unable to take the floor before will have priority in the interventions. And there are some members who need to catch flights, so we'll have some affirmative action towards them, but we'll try to satisfied with people who have not yet been able to take the floor. So this second session is the future of Ukraine in Europe, and we're going to be giving the floor to the chairperson of the Parliamentary Committee on Ukraine's Integration into the European Union from the Parliament of Ukraine, Ms. Ivana Klimspush-Tsinsadze.
Dear Mr. President, honorable colleagues, I am very grateful for this opportunity, and I'm very grateful for the Spanish parliamentary presidency putting the special accent on Ukraine's future in the EU, in Europe, and Ukraine's future as part of the European family as a separate, important focus of this conversation. First, I would like to start with deep, deep gratitude to all the nations that you represent for all the humanitarian, financial, economic, military support that you've been providing to Ukraine, Ukrainian people, for us to be able to defend our land and for us to be able to survive and have the future. You know, I want to start this conversation with you from the notion that many of you probably are reading the news and probably are seeing many are saying it's 572nd day of the war. That has nothing to do with reality. It's already 9 years and 9.5 years that this war is going on. It's just that almost 2 years ago, it got into its full-scale invasion stage. And I think we all have to remember that. We all have to keep this in mind, that Ukrainian people have been fighting for their territorial integrity, for their independence, for their sovereignty, for their right to define their future for so many years already. This night back in Kyiv, back in Ukraine, was another terrible night. 18 out of 24 kamikaze drones that were sent on our country were, thankfully to our air defense, thankfully to your support, were shot down. Also, 17 cruise missiles were shot down. That's because you've given us the instruments to do that, and that's because we have the resolute Ukrainian force, defense force, that is defending the country. But I think right now there are several things that should be worrying us, and I want to draw your attention to those things. It seems to me that many of us are getting used to this war. And I think that the news on the war are not anymore getting to the front pages of your media. I think that there is a feeling that everything that could have been done in order to help Ukraine has already been delivered. And everything that should have been mobilized internally in your countries has already been mobilized. And this is the time to rest on the laurels. I think it's not the time to rest on the laurels. There is a feeling back in my country that the sense of urgency across our partners has faded. that the need for this additional mobilization and increase for the support is not there anymore. And the expectations from the counteroffensive of Ukrainian armed forces have been skyrocketing as if we are all watching the Hollywood movie. We are Ukrainians who are living not in Hollywood movie. We are living in horror reality every day, trying to survive. So I think it's important that we ask ourselves whether we have already really done everything to support Ukraine in its desire to win. Whether we are all on the same wavelength that we want the Ukrainian victory in this war, and whether we have finally crossed the line of fear that we are still sharing in some countries, that maybe the evil cannot be defeated. I'll tell you, every single day, Ukrainian civilians are dying in their homes, in their workplaces, at the stores. Every single day, our cities and villages are being put down to ashes. Every single day, our children are crying from trauma, from the air raid alerts, from the sound of the shellings and bombshells. Our families are broken, our families are divided, our families are in pain. Our defendants are suffering incredible wounds, and our people from the occupied territories are being deported and tortured. So our nation that chose the freedom, that chose the democracy, that chose returning back to the family of European nations needs your further support. And we need your dedication, and we need your upscaling of the efforts in helping Ukraine in three things. First, to win this war. Second, to rebuild the country anew. And third, to successfully help us with the transformation to reach not only our strategic goal, but our dream of becoming EU and NATO members. And I think this is possible if we unite our forces, if we still stay united in our common cause. And I hope that you understand and you share my approach that you are not helping Ukraine out of charity or out of pity. You are helping Ukraine because you believe in things that we are fighting for, because you believe that the borders cannot be redrawn by force, because you believe that the dictatorships cannot thrive in Europe, that you believe that remnants, at this point, these are remnants of the international law, they have to be restored. And you understand that Putin does not want just part of Ukraine, it wants it all. And if it gets it all, then the risk and the challenge and the threat will come to your doorstep. And I hope that you agree that money does matter, but values matter more. And that's exactly what we heard today from many representatives of the Spanish presidency and of the Spanish parliament. So, once again, being grateful for what we already achieved all together, being grateful for all the backing that Ukrainian nation is getting from you, we are asking you for more. We are asking you for more air defense systems, for more artillery pieces, for more ammunition, for more tanks, for more howitzers, for more long-range missiles, for drones, for demining equipment, for aircrafts, so that our armed forces would have all the instruments in order to liberate fully Ukrainian territory. And nobody would get dissatisfied with the pace of the counter-offensive. The enemy was not waiting for us to start the counter-offensive till we get all the instruments. The enemy was digging in and the enemy was mining the territory. So each square meter of the territory right now has from 6 to 7 mines. So it's mines sitting on the mine and the mine up there. So there is a lot of additional work and additional need that we will have to address altogether. So I hope that the EU will take new decisions with regard to this European peace facility and will come up with this longer time plan of backing Ukrainian armed forces with 20 billion euros for 4 years. And I hope that these decisions will be made in the nearest time. Obviously, on the backdrop of this barbaric war, we are trying to fulfill our dream. And we are extremely grateful for the historic decision that you have taken once you gave us the candidate status along with our neighboring country, Moldova. This is a great chance for Ukraine. But this is also a decision that has created a new dynamics in your internal dialogue. I think this decision has revitalized the magnetic appeal of success of the European project, and thus it refreshed your basic idea why you formed this union at the first place, your spirit, your goal of existence of this union. And I think it provided also the new energy of hope to the Ukrainian people, to all the nations that have started to see this new opportunity, but also to us Ukrainians who have finally felt the ground under our feet. And we have received this ray of light at the end of the tunnel of the war-torn reality. So moving on with transformation and understanding the depth of the task and magnitude of the change, we are right now focusing on the 7 conditions that the EU has provided us with the decision on the candidate status. And yes, we are hoping that the work that we've done up till now will be duly addressed in the assessment of the European Commission. And based on that, we will require your political will, your courage to take another step. To take another step that this year already, that you would take the decision, your governments would take the decision of opening the negotiations with Ukraine. And this will be a new stage for all of us, because it will give us also the additional access to your knowledge, to your instruments, to your understanding, you helping us to transform faster on the way while fighting the war for freedom and for survival. And I think it's important to understand that Ukraine's future within the EU is not going to benefit exclusively Ukrainians. It will directly benefit all the European nations, because it will make Europe stronger. First, in the sense that it's not necessarily only geopolitical realpolitik. I think in the sense of value politik, moral politik, it will definitely make Europe stronger. It will make Europe stronger militarily, because you will have inside the force that is capable of defending what it believes in. In the longer run, it will make the EU much stronger economically, because it will enrich Europe with creativity, with resources, with industrial capacity, with human capital, with new ideas. It will make Europe more free, as the spirit of real freedom that is defended and that is fought for will come back to sometimes some of the dusty notions of the ideas that are declared but not necessarily ready to be defended. And I also believe that it will make Europe more resilient. So for that to happen, there are 3 things needed: help Ukraine to win, help Ukraine to rebuild itself, and help Ukraine to transform itself so it gets to the point when it is a dignified member of the European Union and of NATO. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a doña Ivana Kinspoon.
Thank you very much. I think that this applause shows us just how much affection and solidarity there is. And now we will hear from the chairperson of the Committee on the European Union Affairs of the Swedish Riksdag, parliamentarian Hans Wallmark. Speakers, friends, thank you very much to the Spanish delegation for enabling us to meet here in Madrid. We hope that there'll be constructive and valuable debates. After all, our continent, our Europe, is on our common agenda.
So much, Mr. President and Madam President. From one blue-yellow country to another blue-yellow country, from Ukraine to Sweden. Let us remind us about two important things. First, we have a full-scale war in Europe since 18 months ago. This full-scale war must have consequences. Secondly, we need, for a foreseeable time, we talk about decades, understand that we see a nationalistic, imperialistic, and well-armed Russia. On February 24, 2022, Russia launched its full-scale invasion of Ukraine. But the war has been ongoing since 2014, when Russia annexed Crimea and also attacked the eastern part of the sovereign, independent, democratic Ukraine. We are all strongly condemns the Russians' war of aggression against Ukraine that has caused enormous suffering to the Ukrainian people. It has undermined security and stability in our continent, in Europe, and represents a serious attack on all our rules-based international order. Russia has tried to deny Ukraine the right to exist and the right to be free. This is something that concerns all Europeans and not just the countries sharing borders with Russia. I must say, this is not Putin's war. It's Russia's war. And it's a war between systems. Our system, the rule-based Europe, democracy, human rights, and another type of Europe. Russia's war of aggression and actions are not directed only towards Ukraine, but also an attack on the international order and against the EU as a project and the values we all represent. It is important for the EU to continue putting pressure on Russia and Belarus through the EU sanctions regime, as well as monitoring that sanctions in force are implemented and respected. The European Union stands united with Ukraine and its people and will continue to provide strong support to Ukraine's economy, society, armed forces, and the future reconstruction of the country. EU's support of Ukraine includes humanitarian aid, support for civil protection, macroeconomic support, measures for deregulating trade, support for the Ukrainian army, and support for the investigation and prosecution of war crimes, among other things. The work conducted regarding the use of Russian frozen and immobilized assets is important in the discussions on the reconstructions of Ukraine. We must support Ukraine until the country's victory and the reestablishment of Ukrainian control over all the territory within its international borders. And I'm quite proud as a Swede that we have delivered 13 arms packages via the parliament to Ukraine to a total amount about 2 billion euros. And we do it unanimously. All 8 parties, all members of the Swedish parliament is voting in favor of those arms packages to Ukraine. Ukraine's future is in the European community. They have accelerated their work with the reform agenda, and there is progress in many areas. There has been a judicial reform, a media law, and hard work on anti-corruption. EU will continue to support Ukraine for as long as it needed. We have a responsibility towards Ukraine, and with our help and support, Ukrainians can win back their freedom and rebuild their country. As we say, if Russia and Putin stops the war, then we have peace. If Ukraine stops the war, then evilness have win, and our word meet the dust. Long-term support and investments will pave the way for Ukraine's future inside the European Union. We stand united with Ukraine. We will continue to help Ukraine not only with emergency needs but also on its path to EU membership. This is part of our collective responsibility to make sure that justice, human rights and international law prevail. We will continue our close collaboration in ensuring strong political, financial and military support to Ukraine for as long as it takes. The future of Ukraine is within the European community. And the future of Europe is with a victory for Ukraine. I may also personally say that I think that both Sweden and Ukraine is supporting an open door policy in NATO. I hope to see more countries in NATO than the current 31. Let me repeat. We must understand that we have an ongoing full-scale invasion in our continent since 18 months ago. That must have consequences. And secondly, we need to face a nationalistic, imperialistic, and well-armed Russia for a foreseeable time. Thank you. Gracias.
Thank you very much to the chairperson of the Committee on European Union Affairs from the Swedish Riksdag, Hans Wallmark. First, with the permission of Mr. Van Weissenhauer, I'd like to give the floor to the representative of the French National Assembly because he needs to catch a plane. So I'll give him the floor first.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Speaker. After this debate, first of all, we would like to reiterate our support and solidarity to the Ukrainian people who are fighting for liberty and democracy and sovereignty. We know that Ukraine has not been attacked for anything it does, but what it is, it's free and it's democratic, and it has turned to Europe. And for a year and a half now, it's fighting for its sovereignty, peace, and freedom. And the question isn't seeing today whether or not we should include Ukraine. We've already dealt with that issue. The question is how, and we've been reminded of this. There have been reforms in Kiev, and we need to welcome the country's capacity to reform even during the war. We need to look towards the functioning of the interior market, the common agricultural policy as well. We need to reform ourselves so that this happens in the best way possible. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much. Now, member of the Presidential Troika, Mr. Van Lindesalmen. You have the floor. Yes, thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, dear colleagues. We are demanding the immediate and unconditional withdrawal of troops on the part of Russia and recognizing its 2014 borders. It's very necessary to inscribe our union in the terms that are indispensable for its members so that we can deepen their logistic and financial commitments. These different elements are inscribed and will have priority in the Belgian presidency of the European Union. We need to make sure Ukraine comes out victorious in this war, and we need to reorient European energy provisioning. And we need military and macro economic support for Ukraine. During reconstruction, we'll have a meeting, and as our national parliaments will be participating as well, we need to support the Ukrainian people in their efforts. Ukraine is in Europe, and I do not need to repeat what our French colleague said in this regard. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Van Goizenhoven. And now the representative of the Republic of Portugal has the floor, Mr. De Paula Santos. Thank you very much. Over the last 19 months of hell in Ukraine, well, everything has been said about the criminal Russian aggression, but we need to repeat day in and day out what we're saying until peace returns to this massacred country. Although Portugal is the country that is most distant from this conflict, according to the Eurobarometer, Portuguese public opinion is the most favorable in the EU towards the Ukraine. We have political, military, and economic support that must continue, and we are very sorry to have seen the recent decision of 3 EU member states that are an affront to Ukraine solidarity, community rules, and EU unity. And we hope that this situation will be corrected as soon as possible. Thank you very much. Now, on the name and behalf of Bulgaria, Ms. Siranova has the floor.
National parliaments. Light will overcome darkness. This is what President Zelensky repeatedly says in his speeches, and I believe that it is the victory of Ukraine in this terrible war that will once again bring peace to our continent and to the democratic world. I met with President Zelensky during his visit in Sofia on the 6th of July. Then our country signed a joint declaration on the Euro-Atlantic integration of Ukraine, thus sending a strong message that Ukraine's future lies at the heart of the European security architecture and within NATO. Zelensky's visit was a historical event. To me, the meeting with this leader was more than historical. It was personal, and it was an opportunity to express my support to the Ukrainian people. Here at COSAC, we all know that the new geopolitical context has put enlargement back at the center of our debates. We believe that Ukraine and the Republic of Moldova and Georgia belong to the European family. And it is no secret that the stability and the security in the Black Sea region are affected by Russia's war. And given this situation and the complicated security environment, we call on the Spanish presidency to continue the work related to the advancement of Bulgaria and Romania on their path towards entering the Schengen zone, which is of utmost importance for strengthening the European Union's unity as a political bloc. Unity is our strongest asset. Only together can we find solutions to common problems, such as migration and organized crime. Only together we can support Ukraine and preserve peace to our continent. The future of Europe is being defined now, and the future of Ukraine is in Europe. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señora Semenova.
Thank you very much, Ms. Semenova. Mr. Hadjukovic has the floor now, please.
Flawless pronunciation. Dear colleagues, I wish to thank the Spanish presidency that we talk about this important subject, because most of our discussions so far here in this format or in other formats was to help Ukraine fight the aggression, which is nice and which is okay, but we need to talk about the future. Why about the future? Because war will end, democracy and freedom will triumph, Ukraine will win this war. So that will not be the end, that will only be the beginning. So we need to think how to help Ukraine to build capacities, to integrate further into Europe, and to become a member of the European Union. I must reiterate that our help not only to Ukraine, but to Moldova, to other Western Balkans countries, to Bosnia and Herzegovina, which I omitted to mention last time, and to Georgia, we should be committed, not because we wish to help them, which is okay, but because their failure is our failure. Their defeat is our defeat. So if we have future on mind, which we should have, then we need to be committed to their success, because only through the success of these countries in integrating into our security architecture and European Union, Europe, unity, democracy will triumph. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Pacosta from Estonia. Taponova.
More to help Ukraine. We must ensure stable funding for winning the war. 50 billion plus 20 billion euros is the minimum. It just cannot be that the major part of military aid is coming from the US and UK. Sanctions against Russia must be toughened, especially by closing the loopholes. We must begin internal preparations for the accession of Ukraine and other countries. The principal question is, how will our common policies, like the CAP, cohesion policy and the budget of the EU, be influenced by the accession of a country that large, with a low GDP and such a large agricultural sector? Discussions of the next MFF must provide answers to this, and the discussions must already be prioritized in the Commission. For me, there is no question the budget must be increased. And this does not mean that the current net contributors should just pay more. I know very well that the accession of Ukraine with the current policies would turn Estonia into a net contributor. I support this, and I am proud of this possibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Mr. Auto from Finland.
European friends, we can all understand that the future of Europe depends on the outcome of the war in Ukraine. Ukraine must win. The sanctions against Russia must be further toughened, and we should also expect our trading partners to follow the sanctions. There are a significant amount of frozen assets of the state of Russia and other Russian actors supporting the war. Those assets, not only the interests, but those frozen assets, should be already used in the support of Ukraine. Ukraine needs, and Ukraine has earned, our support. We need to stand united and stand strong in our support for Ukraine. Finland is strongly committed to supporting Ukraine and its reconstruction.
Thank you very much. From the German Bundestag, Mr. Anton Hofeter has the floor.
Muchas gracias. Thank you for the discussion again about Ukraine. I have three short priorities. We should talk and work on it. The first one, Ukraine must win this war, but so far Ukraine has not won the war. So we should put pressure on all our governments to speed up the delivery of weapons. That includes Germany. We have again a very difficult discussion about Taurus, which would help Ukraine a lot. But I think in nearly every country we should speed up. Then the second one is the sanctions. That was already said. We have a lot of sanctions, but we have too much loopholes, and we should also not become better in enforcement of the sanctions, but put pressure on our partners within Europe and out of Europe that the sanctions are enforced. And the third thing is the accession talks are really important, and I think as true friends of Ukraine, we must make it really clear that the 7 conditions are real conditions and that the reforms are really made in Ukraine so that we can go further on with the accession talks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Greece now. We have Mr. Plakiotakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maintaining Western unity and support for Ukraine is, of course, of critical importance. Moscow's betting on the erosion of our unity. From the very beginning, Greece has taken a clear position against Russia's engagement and unprovoked invasion in Ukraine as a means of a dangerous revisionism and a flagrant violation of international law. Europe's new wounds, however, cannot erase or mitigate some of the remain open for a long time. On the contrary, they bring us memories and bring us face to face with our own responsibilities towards the people of the Cypriot people who have been a victim of a perpetuated illegal Turkish occupation in Cyprus, an occupation which for 49 years is violating every rule of international legality, including the Charter of the United Nations. The EU and the international community should not repeat the mistakes of the past. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hungary, next. Mrs. Judith Varga, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias. Since the beginning of the war, 1.2 million Ukrainians have entered Hungary as refugees, and many of them found shelter in my country. So Hungary is carrying out the most significant humanitarian action of its modern history. Health and medical equipment and medicines worth of many million euros were sent to Ukraine. In our consequent and firm position, only immediate ceasefire and peace talks as soon as possible can stop further bloodshed. At the same time, my country remains a strong supporter of EU enlargement policy and urges the fulfillment and monitoring of the conditions laid down by the European Commission. We are also ready to provide capacity support in the framework of the inter pares cooperation. The candidate status of the country was granted on the understanding that Ukraine takes important steps, including providing necessary legal framework for national minorities in line with the Venice Commission recommendation as a true commitment to our European values we all share. Hungary is not in the position to support the integration until the minorities of Transcarpathia regain the rights they had acquired before 2015, and I'm confident that the situation can be resolved by amending the respective laws in line with the Venice Commission recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Varga. The island will be the next speaker. Mr. Roji. Thank you.
Muy bien.
Hello. Mr. President, regarding the future of Ukraine in Europe, particularly with respect to the recent war and enormous sufferings of all Ukrainians, the path to European accession must be cleared and must be reinforced convincingly by all the members of the Euro-Atlantic community. It is time now to give very evidently the signal of political will also to outside the European Union, to reinforce the political position of Ukraine, which deserves, due to the respect and increasing reforms in the framework of the rule of law, freedoms and respect of human rights, their credentials to be part of the European Union. And giving this aspect and this picture, it is also important to remind that our commitments vis-à-vis the countries, the candidate countries which are expecting the enlargement, like the Western Balkans, and also the other candidates and those aspiring to enter as a full member in the European Union, must be pursued with decision, cohesion, and sense of responsibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the representative of the Italian Senate, that was. And the next speaker will be from Lithuania. We will have Mrs. Mokenaite.
Thank you very much. Dear Presidents, dear colleagues, yesterday at this beautiful dinner we all had at the table, I got a question. Aren't you tired of this war? I fear that this question from the very beginning of war. My country, after the World War II, fought for 10 years in the forests of Lithuania, defending values that we discuss here today. We defended it against Russia, and we were alone. Ukrainians will fight successfully as long as we will help them, and we must continue doing it. In the military sense, we must help them politically. Sanctions gave impact, and we must continue it. Some say Ursula von der Leyen didn't mention peace in her annual speech. I think it is a wise move, because as we here today, most probably, we have different understanding of what peace should be. I'd like all of us to understand and to commit ourselves to the same message. We will stand by Ukraine until its victory, We saw what outcome of semi-peace in Georgia was, and it didn't stop Russia. Let's welcome Ukraine and Moldova in EU. Let's help others that are showing willingness to be part of EU.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Desde Lituania, la señora
Lithuania, again, Dainora Asvesiliene, you have the floor. I believe she's left the room. In that case, Malta next, please. Mr. Glenn Bedingfield, you have the floor.
The future of Ukraine and other countries in that region is undoubtedly within the European Union. And it is my firm belief that given the process that Georgia has made in the past months, I believe that Georgia deserves to be also included as a candidate member. Malta strongly advocates enlargement, merit-based enlargement, and therefore we remain committed to contributing to the process, addressing Ukraine's immediate requirements and also that of other countries. The enlargement will bring the need not only reform of the countries which are aspiring to join the European Union, but also the European Union itself needs to make its reforms to be fully functional with many more members. And I believe that the reform that the European Union shall undertake is a reform which will be just for all countries, present and future. Finally, a word on immigration, because the war in Ukraine has brought an immigration issue for its neighbors, but the immigration issue we heard this morning, and we live it on a day-by-day basis. Solidarity with the people of Lampedusa and the people, all the countries who feel this problem. But solidarity is not enough. I think that on the issue of immigration, wherever it may come from, the European Union needs to do a lot more. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the representative from Malta. The Netherlands next. We have Bastian van Apeldoorn. You have the floor.
I think there can be no doubt whatsoever that the future of Ukraine lies in Europe. And let me also express here my fullest solidarity with Ukraine suffering from Russian aggression on a daily basis. In fact, Ukraine already is a member of the European family. It is also a member of the Council of Europe, and let us remember that Europe is more than just the EU. And now it's also a candidate member state. However, at the same time, we know that it might still take a long time for Ukraine to become a full member, to meet all the criteria. On how long it will take, opinions and expectations differ. But there are also those who fully support Ukrainian membership as an end goal, but are of the opinion that, and it has been mentioned before, the EU itself needs drastic reform with regard to its institutions, decision-making, the budget, law enforcement, rule of law enforcement, before it can absorb new members. So I'd like to ask the speakers to reflect about this and the hurdles yet to take, and also to ask whether, if this process indeed is taking a longer time and the prospects are maybe bleaker than we had hoped for, whether there are alternative modes of closer cooperation between the EU and Ukraine. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Poland next. We have Mr. Piecha.
Dear colleague, Poland strongly supports this movement and dynamic access to Ukraine to the European Union.
This is one of the key conditions of a long-term stability and lasting peace in Europe. We're looking for the comprehensive assessment of the key of implementation of the European Commission recommendation later this year. We also hope that the European Council will decide in December this year to open an accession negotiation. However, we need to remember that the credibility of the process must be maintained on both sides. As soon as Ukraine fulfills the requirements set by the Commission, the UE should also move the whole process forward. As Ursula von der Leyen said, that conference in the Ukrainian reconstruction in London this year, for every step Ukraine takes toward us, we, European Union, must take a step toward Ukraine. The essential element of Ukraine's accession to the EU is the reconstruction of the country devastation by war attacks. We are all aware how great a challenge this bill will be. Although it is currently difficult to predict when work of the strategic reconstruction of Ukraine will start, we must be prepared to support Ukraine in the reconstruction effort immediately after military action stop. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much to Romania. We have Ms. Vasily Denko. Thank you very much, Chair. Dear colleagues, Romania will make every effort possible to ensure the possible haven for refugees and to give overall support for Moldova and Ukraine. We will do that as long as it is necessary. The support that has been given by Romania to Ukraine is particularly with regard to Ukrainian refugees, help for the export of cereals and also military assistance. We have provided help to almost 6 million refugees from Ukraine have gone through Romania, and we have done what we can to help the 100,000 people who are in our country. The war of aggression against Ukraine is affecting the whole world, of course, and not only the Black Sea area. This aggression is affecting the lives of 100 million people. We will do what we can. We will help for more transit through our ports and help with border passages with Ukraine. We have also focused on the reconstruction of Ukraine, which is of a crucial importance and will also be something that will be long-term. It's also very important for all of us to continue to support the Republic of Moldova and Georgia because of their particular vulnerabilities. Thank you. Thank you. From the French Senate, Alain Cadet, please. The European Union has supported Ukraine considerably since the brutal aggression from Russia, political, humanitarian, financial, military assistance. I would just like to pay tribute to Ukrainian resilience and strength and say to our colleague from Ukraine, you have our solidarity. This is a question of the future of the Ukraine, and all, of course, member candidates need to respect the rules set up by the treaty so that there is the possibility of becoming a session through the Copenhagen Treaty and with regard to the candidate countries here. And let me say that the capacity for absorption of the Union enlargement is not just about requirements for the Ukraine, but the European Union also sets certain conditions on its member states. Chairs, colleagues, we have a lot of work still to be done together, and each one of us has to do that so that we have an open door to the Ukraine to be able to go further and to have more shared prosperity. Thank you.
The Presidency, ladies and gentlemen, the friends, the war Ukraine relates not only Slovakia as a direct neighbor of Ukraine, but the entire European Union. When Russia says that it wants to restore the Soviet Union within its original borders, we cannot hesitate to help Ukraine. I express my principal support for the political sovereignty, independence and territorial integrity of Ukraine within internationally recognized borders. I believe that the new Slovak parliament, which will be elected in early elections September 30, 2022, will support the current principled position of our country, including the support of the UA and its right to preserve in all statehood. I'm glad that the members of the Slovak National Council recently adopted a resolution to recognize the famine in Ukraine in 1932, 1933 for genocide. I want to wish Ukraine success in its defense against the aggressor. Slovakia has proven with concrete actions how much we want to success of Ukraine and the end of the war.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Georgia, please, to speaker. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, if you have to divide our continent into black and white today, where would you place the country that has a clear European identity and aspirations, which has been fighting against Russian aggression for 3 decades and has 2 regions still occupied by Russia? A country that managed to be a leader in the region in transforming and reforming according to the best European standards in spite of immense security challenges. In these turbulent and unpredictable times, when Russia is using the same pattern in Ukraine as it has used in Georgia, we don't have the luxury to delay important political decisions, which have to create a solid basis for expanding peace, security, and prosperity for the future of Europe, for our common future. We express our appreciation for granting European perspective to Georgia, and don't hide our disappointment for the unnecessary differentiation between Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia at this very critical moment for European history. Granting candidate status to Georgia and opening negotiations with candidate countries, together with giving them a clear roadmap for EU membership, is the only way to go, and it requires strong support from you, and we count on your support. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. From Serbia, Ms. Raska Filipovski.
We would like to emphasize that the Serbia argues in favor of observance of the principles of public international law and the principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity of the United Nations member states. Serbia has condemned Russia's invasion of Ukraine at the United Nations. We regret the agony that has befallen Ukraine and its people, and we sympathize with them because we have undergone similar sufferings during the NATO bombing and sanctions and affected our people and our country. Serbia will continue to pay special attention to the humanitarian situation and provide assistance of Ukraine, donate goods and medicines to alleviate humanitarian emergency sufferings, and to support Ukraine's European integration by sharing our experience from the negotiation process. Serbia has been in the process of joining in the EU for more than 20 years now, and the process takes too long. We are suffering major consequences in the process of EU membership negotiation because Pristina has not fulfilled one of its obligations from the dialogue on normalization of relations between Belgrade and Pristina. Finally, I can only express hope that the European Union will successfully address the challenge it is facing and that enlargement policy will not be called into question. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Vicepresidente Karas.
Thank you very much. Vice Speaker Karas, would you like to speak now or close at the end of this round of interventions?
The EU became
the political response to the experiences of the world was in 1957. In 1989, the European Union became a political project to overcome the three-part division of Europe outside Russia. The war of aggression against Ukraine has shown that the European Union must become the political instrument for uniting all democratic states in Europe. And I will quote Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the Commission, in her speech last week about the State of the Union. She said, "We will be at Ukraine's side every step of the way, for as long as it takes." This House, the European Parliament, has said it out loud. The future of Ukraine is in our Union. The future of the Western Balkan states is in our Union. The future of Moldova is in our Union. And I know just how important the EU perspective is for so many people in Georgia. The future of Georgia is in our Union. That is our perspective. That is our common vision. Now we have to go step by step forward inside the European Union and in the outpointed nations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vice Speaker Karas. We will now move on to the representative of Turkey, Ismail Karayer.
As a strategic partner of Ukraine, Turkey has been supporting Euro-Atlantic aspiration of this country based on the free will of its people. We welcomed Ukraine's candidate status to EU. It presents a historic opportunity for Ukraine's transformation, yet the ongoing war will be very decisive in the accession process. The war in Ukraine has shaken not only Ukraine, but also the very foundation of the European security. Turkey's position has been clear since the outset of the war. We remain committed to Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity, including Crimea, the ancient homeland of Tatar Turks. While we provide strong political, humanitarian, and technical support to Ukraine, we have been also warning about the escalation of risk as a prolonged war could pose. Facilitating high-profile prisoner exchange, launching and successful implementing of Black Sea Initiative, and hosting peace talks and consultation in Turkey are concrete examples of our efforts. The initiative allowed more than 33 billion tons of various grains products to reach the world markets from August 2022 until its termination. We will keep our effort till we reach the peace. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. From Kosovo, Ms. Restata Kanitsky, you have the floor.
Dear colleagues, I would like to extend my gratitude for the Spanish state declaring that fully supports the integration of Western Balkans in EU. We are living in a time of challenges where our common peace and security in Europe is being tested due to Russian aggression and illegal occupation in Ukraine. Kosovo stands fully aligned alongside the EU and NATO's countries in support of Ukraine's resistance. Institutions and the people of Republic of Kosovo are completely in synchronized line and support the common foreign and security policy of the European Union. We demand from the European Union that immediate removal of the measures that have been unfairly imposed on the country of Kosovo. We expect from EU institutions and its member states the greatest support for Kosovo in accepting the status of candidate country for membership, also the recognition of 5 member states that have not yet recognized Kosovo, such as Spain, Romania, Slovakia, Greece, Cyprus. We ask the EU that before 2030, Kosovo is accepted as a member state of the EU together with other countries of the Western Balkans. In a special way, I request the state of Spain to recognize the country of Kosovo as soon as possible. because this helps more peace and security in the region and Europe. Kosovo is ready to participate in all joint regional forums such as Berlin Process and others, where European values and standards are promoted and where these mechanisms are full support by member states and EU institutions. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Desde Noruega.
Thank you very much. From Norway, you have the floor.
I would like to say thank you to both Ivana and Hans for presenting very strong speeches and statements. This war has been going on ever since 2014, and I think we have to realize that when we also talk about the need and necessity for a strong support for Ukraine, both now and in the years to come. This war from Putin's side is not about NATO or enlargement. It's about imperialism, it's about history, it's about revisionism. It's about the idea of having these so-called spheres of influence where you can exert influence over former or your neighboring countries. And I also would like to say that whether we are inside or outside the European Union doesn't really matter too much today. This is a joint and common responsibility for all of us to support the fight that Ukraine is fighting. And I also would like to underline that Russia has not changed any of their strategic goals in Ukraine. And that is why we do not change our strategic goals in supporting and aiding Ukraine, in pressuring Russia to back down and to continue our joint policy. And I also would like to say to the Spanish presidency, thank you so much for inviting Norway to this meeting. We are fully and jointly behind all the measures and all the sanctions that EU is imposing on Russia. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Mr. Valentin, please.
Thank you. EU citizens are living good lives because we hold our values high. Our values are not high because we are living good lives in EU. Right now, these values are threatened by the war in Ukraine. The invasion of Russia is the greatest threat to stability and growth in EU in 75 years. EU have been and still is a peace project. So right now, we must fight for the right and values of a liberal democracy. We should therefore welcome European countries that want to join the EU. Of course, our values should be upheld in the process. The goal lines stay the same. However, the speed to the goal line must be raised. We need to show leadership on the defense of Europe, and Denmark are prepared to go all the way. Nothing can stop the defense of Europe, and we will support Ukraine all the way to peace and democracy again. Membership in EU to Ukraine, Balkan countries, and other countries must be prioritized in the EU. We need seriously to speed up the process of new countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Valentin from the United Kingdom. Mr. Peter Rickes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Signor Presidente, for the invitation to my first COSAC, and it was a real privilege to listen to the representative of Ukraine and other contributions. This is the worst military crisis we have faced in Europe since 1945. Britain, like other European nations, has done all we can to support our allies in Ukraine with military and economic assistance. My message today is simple. The scale of this crisis makes it even more important for the UK and the EU to work closely together. We're already doing that in the area of sanctions, although there's much more to be done to make them fully effective. But there are other crucial issues in the future as well. Reconstruction of Ukraine, sharing a continent for the long term with hostile Russia, and the whole issue of accession of Ukraine and other countries, which is a matter for the EU, of course, but I hope there can be dialogue with the UK over the wider implications. Our Lord's European Affairs Committee is launching an inquiry into this. We look forward to working closely with European parliamentary colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hans-Peter Pollmann has the floor.
Mr. Chair, dear colleagues, my country is doing everything to ensure that international law is restored, that war crimes are punished, and that the suffering of the civilian population comes to the end. Switzerland has joined all sanctions against the aggressor Russia. It can be noted that we have blocked the highest percentage calculated on local offshore investments of Russian assets. Switzerland also has, with around 4 to 5 billion euros, pledged for humanitarian aid and reconstruction, over 2 billion of which has already been paid out, the highest per capita value of help worldwide. Dear European friends, we should be more realistically to ourselves. In my personal opinion, this war cannot be only, and I put down only, by weapons or sanctions. In addition, the latest opinion polls show war solidarity is dwindling among our populations. Every day that the escalation continues unchecked, thousands of additional humans die. It's time we force everyone involved, including ourselves, to the negotiation table. And Switzerland continues to offer its good offices tirelessly and continuously using international Geneva as a platform. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Doina German from Moldova has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues, dear friends. 3 years ago, people of Moldova made their choice by electing Maia Sandu as their president. They made the difference by sending a clear message to the entire world. Moldova's path is European. Today, my country is at a turning point. We are the closest and most affected neighbors of Ukraine, and we feel the weight of the war there. It has affected our safety, our jobs, our energy, and how we live every day. The high level of Russian propaganda is trying to change people's way of thinking and destabilize our reforms, challenging our country's democracy. Despite these challenges, we are staying strong and making changes. Moldova has been working hard to become part of the European Union. Last June, we took a big step forward when we became a candidate state for EU membership. Since then, we've concentrated all our efforts on addressing the 9 recommendations of the European Commission, laying the groundwork for the launch of accession negotiations in December this year. As we forge ahead, the backing of the European community is invaluable. Both countries, Ukraine and Moldova, moving forward will make Europe stronger. Dear friends, Moldova's European path is not irreversible yet. Our path to a robust democracy is firmly anchored in joining the European Union. And the European Union was created to bring countries together for peace and growth. Today, as Moldova works towards joining the EU, our message is simple. Moldova is part of Europe. Moldova's rightful place is among EU state members. Dear friends, we have 5 minutes to make history. Let us make it together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We now have Albania, Mrs. Tabaku.
Chair, thank you very much. First of all, let me commend the chairwoman of the European Integration Committee in the Ukrainian Parliament for the amazing speech here. It is true there has been a brutal, unjust and dramatical invasion of Ukraine by Russia. It is true that European values have been attacked, but I believe the response has been well coordinated. And this coordination should also continue in aligning all our foreign security policies with EU and with the United States. The reply and the response in this regard with Ukraine lays in three elements. First of all, integration. We should all support integration. Secondly, merit-based process. Western Balkan countries have suffered a lot in this process, and I believe that from lessons learned from us, we should support Ukraine in this process. And third, I want to commend Ukraine for the fight against corruption. In the middle of the war, they have shown concrete results in the fight against corruption, which requires a very strong political will, and is a message also for countries like mine, which are not doing the same. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. North Macedonia, next please, Mr. Ademi.
Just gracias. Thank you, Mr. Chair. North Macedonia welcomes the presidency readiness to continue the EU integration process and to follow up on the European Council decision to grant candidate status to Ukraine. North Macedonia finds the unjustified aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine to be a flagrant violation of the UN Charter, the fundamental premises of international law, and above all of the values of humanity. We should keep Ukraine high on our agenda in both the global and regional contexts. The allies must remain united and in solidarity with Ukraine. North Macedonia supports the advancement of political cooperation between NATO and Ukraine at the highest political level. Moreover, our country provided operative support to Ukraine. At the end, just to mention that as part of OSCE chairpersonship, North Macedonia will do its utmost to make use of all mechanisms made available by the OSCE to ensure further assistance for Ukraine and its institutions, as well as to improve the everyday life of the people and local communities involved. Thank you for your attention.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. We have Albania now.
Honorable Chair, Albania has confirmed in a very affirmative way with its active role the support to Ukraine in the Security Council of UN, in approving and ratifying all the resolutions of UN, Council of Europe, European Union. Despite that we are not yet a member, Albania has been one of the first countries, before even some members of the European Union. Albania has ratified a few days ago through the Parliament the agreement for establishment of the register on damage caused by Russian war against Ukraine, the agreement that was approved in May in Reykjavik summit by 44 countries. EU has joined this agreement on establishing the register, and now is the time to establish even the mechanism of compensation that would be a very important tool to compensate as it can be the damage of the war, not only with the funds of other countries, but even the Russian funds seized by all countries. We will give always the unwavering support for Ukraine. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Serbia, Elvira Kovacs, you have the floor.
Gracias. Distinguished Chair, dear colleagues, the EU enlargement issue is definitely back on the agenda. It has risen to the top of the EU priority list after the Russian aggression against Ukraine. In addition, there has been an increasing pressure to open accession negotiations with Ukraine and Moldova. The geopolitical scenery clearly indicates that there is no alternative to the enlargement. The war in Ukraine has increased the appetite for enlargement and affirmed the impression that there is a strategic necessity for the EU enlargement. To put it simply, it is now or never. However, as a representative of a national minority, I also need to emphasize the following. Ukraine's international legal obligations are to protect the rights of national minorities, in particular by establishing appropriate mechanisms for the enforcement of these rights. The rights of national minorities are human rights, and given Ukraine's European aspirations, abiding by the respective international regulations is a must. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last speaker will be from Turkey. You have the floor, Mr. Kayatuk.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As a last speaker, I would mention, as already my friend Mr. Karayel has also mentioned, as a strategic partner of Ukraine, we see and support a strong place for this country in both EU and NATO. Turkey's position has been very clear since the beginning of war. We remain committed to Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity, including Crimea. In this regard, we welcome EU's position approach to membership of many new countries, including Ukraine. But leaving aside Turkey at this position, at this crucial time, as I mentioned, leaving aside Turkey's EU process from the rest of the enlargement will be a very big strategic error. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kayatuk. To finish off this list of interventions, I would invite once again the Ukrainian delegate, either from your seat or coming up here to the lectern, if you would like, and keeping as short as possible. If you could possibly respond to all of the interventions we've heard, you have the floor. If you're from your seat, just press the button on the microphone and the camera will activate. Thank you. Could you press the button on your microphone to be able to speak?
Thank you. Dear colleagues, once again, big gratitude for all the support in this chamber that we've heard. Just very briefly, I'll try to respond to some of the issues that have been raised here. First and foremost, with regard to calls on coercion of Ukraine towards the negotiations and the ceasefire, I want to underline, Russia does not want peace. Russia wants peace at the cost of Ukraine's capitulation. And that's not the peace or ceasefire that Ukraine can agree upon. So therefore, if we agree to the ceasefire, we will allow Russian Federation only to get new resources to start attack in you. And if we go into negotiations with the 21st century Hitler, I think we are done with the whole international law, with the whole international order, with all the expectations that the borders matter, that sovereignty matters, that territorial integrity matters, and that we have any institutions that are there to actually protect us in the future. We are raising that, we are giving the impetus to the domino effect to all the autocracies and dictatorships that want to change the borders by force. If you want that world to thrive in that direction, then we should go for negotiations at this moment. Also, with regard to the sanctions, I'm very grateful to our German colleague that raised the issue that we have to to continue with sanctions and close the loopholes. Yes, we are so proud of ourselves that we have cut on oil and gas supplies from the Russian Federation, but we are shying off from the fact that we have raised 40% the imports of Russian LNG over this year. So that means something is really going wrong. So if we are sincere and if we are honest about sanctions, we should make sure that we are closing all the loopholes and are pressuring Russian Federation to the extent that it cannot wage another war, that it cannot carry on and produce new weaponry, and we make sure that our parts that are manufactured on the territory of the European states are not found in the newly manufactured weapons in the Russian Federation. And with regard to the reform agenda and the long process of European integration that I was asked as well to dwell upon, we understand that the task is big. We understand that a lot of work is ahead of us, but we also hope that it is in our common interest to make sure that such countries as Ukraine will go through this transformation process as soon as possible, and that we will have your shoulders nearby, leaning shoulders that we can count upon on this way. But we are not looking for substitutes to the European Union membership. We are looking maybe for the staged accession by opening new markets towards Ukraine upon the homework that we will be delivering. And also, we do not want, as I'm sure the Western Balkan countries don't want, or Moldova or Georgia, to be dependent on how quickly you are going through with the internal process of reform. I think we all need to have the sense of urgency and speed up in all the tasks that we are seeing in front of us. Thank you very much.
Supposedly, we're not supposed to be applauding from the tribune, but it's inevitable. It's inevitable to reflect what each and every one of us feels. And now Mr. Wahlberg from the Riksdag has the floor to close. You can just press, and once the green light comes on.
I do it extremely quickly because Ivan has said everything that is necessary to be said. But as I said, and I'm saying this for the third time, and people that can their own Aristotle knows that 3 times is holy. Remember that we have an ongoing war, a full-scale invasion in Europe since 18 months ago. That must have consequences. Secondly, we really need to understand what kind of Russia we are facing. It's a nationalistic, imperialistic, well-armed Russia, and it's going to be that for a foreseeable future. And therefore, we need to contain and deter Russia. Thirdly, Slava Ukraina.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll adjourn and be back at 3 p.m. for the last part. We have a wonderful view of the Royal Palace from the dining hall where we'll be having lunch. So we're now going to walk over to the Royal Theatre.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to begin the third session, current issues related to the European Union. We'll see during this last session on our agenda, we'll take a look at different issues that you have understood that we need to put out on the table. This was also done at the German meeting that we held virtually on the 30th of November 2020 under the German presidency. At this meeting on current issues, you're absolutely free to turn to the issues that you feel are the most significant for the EU, based on the State of the EU address presented by Ms. von der Leyen a few days ago in Strasbourg, or else other issues that have to do with the European project. We mentioned reindustrialization. The co-chair and myself, both of us, felt that this was the best way to approach the session. All of these different issues that might be dealt with, well, we'll conclude the session with a summary that I will present to you. We have 2-minute time assignments for each one who takes the floor. From the very outset, I'd like to give the floor to the person in charge of the Senate, so that he can take the floor. Mr. Van Doven. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Speaker, we once again at this meeting have demonstrated our resilience, and we have the different agreements and solidarity. We've responded with unprecedented resolve and agreements that enabled us to tackle our horizons. Since 2020, the health crisis unleashed by COVID-19 has given us a situation that we were also responded to. We also were able to rebuild economically thanks to Next Generation EU, respecting the sustainability and good governance criteria. And in 2022, in the face of the Russian aggression and invasion of the Ukraine, we were able to respond politically and militarily. We implemented a strategy, and this made the challenges even more obvious to us all. We have sectors like energy, critical materials, semiconductor. We need to all become stronger, greener, and we have 633 legislative proposals, and more than 60% reached an agreement, and Belgium will hold the last presidency during this legislative term, and we are resolved to increase the proposals, the number of proposals approved. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, senador.
Thank you very much, Senator. And now I'll give the floor to Mr. Luis Capolo Santos from the Portuguese Assembly. Thank you very much. I would like to once again debate the issue of European enlargement, which has become an unescapable issue. We see the dawn of a new Iron Curtain, this time dividing us between democracies and dictatorship. Recent G20 summits and BRIC summit are particularly concerning when we see countries like Brazil and South Africa, and they've been seduced by the dark side of history. And we therefore urgently need to define impact studies and an indicative calendar and a new financial and institutional architecture in order to consolidate a broad, cohesive European space as rapidly as possible. In parliamentary terms, immediately, we need to define a more favorable statute for candidate countries, both in the COSAC and in the European Parliament. We should grant them in Brussels and Strasbourg a permanent observer status. Thank you very much. And now I'll give the floor to the representative of Poland, Mr. Boldar Koleś.
Share our thoughts concerning the future of the European Union. It is highly appreciated that next to the economy and the climate crisis, Russia's war on Ukraine, we focus also on the future of European framework. In the last presentation by Ursula von der Leyen, we were invited to a wider reflection on enlargement and the bloc's ability to welcome new member states like Ukraine, Moldova, and the countries of Western Balkans. Beyond discussion is the ultimate goal of the union of 500 million people living in freedom, democracy, and prosperity. We welcome, I would underline that, the declaration of Ursula von der Leyen, who insisted on the process of enlargement merit-based, propelled by hard work and leadership. But we should concentrate on the simultaneous development of the European construction. It means that we should take into consideration any necessary steps to deepen the European Union's cohesion. In this process, we should take into account both, the results of the Conference on the Future of Europe, and secondly, all the approaches that were presented by the European Parliament, including strengthening the role of the European Parliament in the decision-making process and introducing a green card mechanisms for legislative proposals submitted by us, national and regional parliaments. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. The representative of Croatia, Mr. Hapakovic.
I will join my colleagues in welcoming the remarks that the President of the Commission gave about enlargement and the importance of enlargement. Not only the Western Balkans, Moldova, and Ukraine, but as I said before, Georgia. And we must also bear in mind that there may be other countries which would wish in the near future maybe to endeavor in joining the European Union. As I said before, we need to help them as much as we can. We need to be their partners, not enemies, so to say, not literally, of course, in this process, because their failure is our failure. And it must never happen what happened to, unfortunately, to Macedonia, that in the middle of the accession, we changed the rules or endeavor to change the rules. This is something that is against at least the principle of a merit-based approach. I wish to use this opportunity to also underline another important segment of European Union and strengthening European Union as global player, and that is trade agreements or free trade agreements we have and that we are negotiating currently with the countries that are our friends in the different parts of the world, but are also democracies. I'm referring to the free trade agreement with India, Indonesia, Australia, and possibly maybe even ASEAN. So in my view, and maybe we could encourage the new Commission and the new Parliament to deliberate further on pushing harder for these free trade agreements to be negotiated and signed. Because as the free trade agreement with Canada has shown us, it has multiple benefits for the European Union. Actually, the numbers are on our side, not the Canadian side. So in the future, we need to strengthen ties because of the geopolitical changes in the world with our friends and democracies all over the globe.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Representative of Finland, Mr. Autto, has the floor.
Honourable Chair, dear European friends, it's very good to continue where our friend from Croatia stopped. I'm, of course, very honoured to be here as a new chair of the Grand Committee of the Parliament of Finland, and I'm really looking forward to getting to know you all. We live difficult times where we need strong Europe, maybe more than ever, and increasing the Europe's competitiveness and open strategic autonomy should be our key priority. Finland is glad this is a high priority of the Spanish chairmanship, as we discussed earlier. A strong single market is the foundation of a really resilient, competitive union. We must further deepen the single market, and we must ensure level playing field for all without big state subsidies. In this regard, we should get, after these times of crisis we have lived through the last couple of years, back to the normal times as soon as possible and give room for the markets to function. We need also to ensure an open economy while we limit the risks of strategic dependencies. The EU still needs strategic partners, and we should strive for an open and interconnected economy and defend multilateralism within the democratic countries of the world. That's how we make Europe the strongest it can be.
Gracias, presidente.
Thank you, Speaker. I believe our next person on the list is not present. So the representative of the German Bundestag can now take the floor, Mr. Hofeiter, Anton Hofeiter.
Yes, thanks a lot. I would want to point just to one single issue, but I think it's important for us all in Europe. I'm fearing when I'm looking to the European elections next year that propaganda from Russia is still pouring too open to Europe in many aspects, and we should do more as national parliaments, but also ask the European Commission to do more to stop the free floating of Russian propaganda in our democratic discussions, because it brings a lot of problems within our democracies, and I think we can and we should do more to prevent from this. Thanks.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Representative from Greece, Mr. Blatiotakis, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today, my country mourns the loss of 5 compatriots of mine, members of a humanitarian mission to Libya, where they went to provide their services to the victims of the devastating consequences of Storm Daniel. At the same time, in Greece, we count our wounds after the devastating Storm Daniel, where it passed from Greece, leaving behind a disaster of unprecedented priorities. It is evident that we are deeply concerned about the management of this natural phenomena, and questions justifiably arise. How can we relieve the suffered people as quickly as possible, restore the damaged infrastructure, and deal with the unbearable burdens from the loss of the agricultural capital and other businesses, as well as the health and sanitary impact? Where can we find the necessary funds? Are the limited reserves of the European Solidarity Fund sufficient? We expect, of course, to see specific legislative proposal and a possible revision of the Union's multi-annual financial framework to better shield our country against these threats. When considered as a positive development, the reference by the Commissioner for the Economy, Mr. Gentiloni, with regard to the exclusion from the calculation of the deficit for extraordinary expenditure in order to deal with these consequences of the recent natural disaster in Greece. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. According to the list, the representative of Romania, Mr. Mosuyu, has the floor. Thank you very much for the floor. Good afternoon to all of you.
And work together to make the European Union a stronger and safer space, capable to offer prosperity to our citizens. The ongoing war intensified the economic difficulties and challenges in all sectors. In this context, we fully appreciate the priority of the Spanish EU Council presidency to boost EU industrialization and enhance the so-called strategic openness. Reducing our foreign vulnerabilities and dependencies on imported fossil fuels and diversifying supply chains remain key, but at the same time we need to strengthen the competitiveness of our industries and companies. In this context, we are looking forward for the Open Strategic Autonomy Summit that will be held in October this year, aiming for a consolidated role of the Union on a global level, while identifying the necessary measures to increase the internal resilience and cohesion of the EU. Gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. The next speaker will be Vasile Dincu from Romania. Thank you very much, Chair. Dear colleagues, we're discussing solutions to political, economic and social crises, but we may be forgetting the political and administrative crisis in the European Union. That is why I would like to underline to you some elements from the last EP resolution called Parliamentarism, Citizens and Democracy. Why am I saying this to you? I'm saying it because we cannot possibly resolve other crises if, first and foremost, we don't take measures to resolve our own democracy issue in the European Union. And there are a number of resolutions that are important. For instance, we are looking at moving from parliamentary democracy to governmental democracy, leaving out national parliaments in decisions. The only institution with direct suffrage is not yet entitled to make general initiatives. Secondly, the unanimous vote that is still required, that is also something that is hindering the European agenda, as well as spoiling democracy. Romania and Bulgaria entering Schengen is a very good example. Lastly, the Parliament needs to strengthen its political checks and balances with regard to the Commission, especially if there is a possibility of motions of censure regarding certain commissioners. Lastly, we need to improve cooperation with the European Regional and Economic Council and look at legislative proposals to end. I would stress the need to improve the application of subsidiarity and proportionality in the European Union, particularly in cooperation with national parliaments. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me give the floor now to Frank Brebnik from Slovenia.
Thank you, dear colleagues. The recent catastrophic weather events across Europe, the worrying data from the meteorologists and the prediction made by climate science undoubtedly make the green transition one of the key challenges and goals of the EU. Why personally I support the green transition? I believe we must carry it because actually we need realistic goals without regulation that cannot be implemented in the practice. We can only transition to clean energy by first guaranteeing the necessary infrastructure and technology, as well as the key of raw materials, which are not only difficult to access, but also mined using environmentally unfriendly process and through labor exploitation. The EU should make the middle road of replacing green religion with green realism and more friendly addressing environmental topics within a wider international framework, for example, within the United Nations. We should not make decisions that would result abandoning our technological and economic and comparative advantage and becoming even more dependent on the other superpowers. As an example, I can mention the electrification and the automotive market, which has potential to undermine the value of European cars brands and series of related markets that manufacture complex products of the automotive industry. Dear colleagues, the gaps in the green transition planning and the strategic mistake made by the EU in the past already visible, with the EU already losing its technological advantage to the world, stepping behind in the United States and China in particular. Thank you for your attention.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Slovakia, we have Zita Plestinska.
Dear Presidency, dear colleagues, the European Union is for Slovakia absolutely basic framework for the creation of all sectoral policies. I appreciated the well-chosen priorities of the Spanish presidency, which correspond with the priorities of Slovakia. Currently, the problem of migration is very important for Slovakia, so I want to inform you, dear colleagues, about the situation and at the same time ask for help from the Spanish presidency. The extreme increase in illegal migrants in Slovakia is becoming unmanageable for the foreign police, and some political party candidates are voicing this topic in their campaign before the early elections that will be held in Slovakia on September 30, 2023. In 2010 was introduced by law in Slovakia an administrative obligation to fill in a residence permit for every illegal migrants which allows to stay freely on the territory of the European Union, and at the same time is an impetus for smugglers who bring migrants to the territory of the Slovak-Hungarian border. Not one of the 27,000 illegal migrants who crossed the Slovak-Hungarian border this year applied for asylum, which indicates that the migrants use Slovakia only as a country that allows them to enter this destination countries such as Germany and Austria. I believe that the MEPs, in active cooperation with the Spanish presidency of the European Union and the European Commission, based on the current migrants' situation in their countries, will improve this agreement with the amending proposal so that it is adopted by April 2024 before the June European elections. Thank you for your attention and wish the Spanish presidency of the EU much success.
Thank you very much for your words. To Turkey next, you have the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues, I would like to bring your attention to some unethical, some disturbing activities taking place in Europe, in EU countries nowadays. Especially, we see in Sweden, in some other EU countries, certain people abusing religious values, especially a holy book of Islam being burned and being abused in many cases, strangely in the control of police. We believe EU is a democracy club. It's a club of democracy, but at the same time, the club of tolerance. Tolerance does not mean to abuse others. We live in 2023. Before 4,000 years, BC 3000, I mean 4,000 years ago, one of the Persian king, Krush, said that in my land, everyone can believe in any religion, in any thought, but no one can abuse the religious values of others. So when we come from 4,000 to today, this kind of activities in EU countries should not be allowed at all. That does not disturb few people, disturbs probably millions, billions of people. So we have to consider this matter once again and take the precautions matters. That's what I want to mention. Once again, I wish success for the presidency of Spain. Hope we'll do something much better in the future. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Georgia, next, Maka Boccioresi. You have the floor.
Pues entonces,
if not, I believe there's also been a request for the floor from the representative of Turkey, Ismail Emre Karayel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will repeat once again, and actually I will start with offering my condolences to Greece because their humanitarian aid team, member of humanitarian aid team, lost their lives in Libya. And actually, it is important, and it shows that how important to show this solidarity when it's hard time. Our challenges are common, so we must deepen our cooperation to turn these challenges into opportunities in order to build a better future. Following the war in Ukraine, enlargement is now back on the EU agenda. In this regard, we welcome the positive developments granting Ukraine, Moldova, and Bosnia-Herzegovina candidate status, starting accession negotiations with Albania and North Macedonia, and giving European perspective to Georgia. Under the current circumstances, leaving aside Turkey's EU process from the rest of the enlargement countries will be a big mistake. I would like to repeat that again. Also, my colleague mentioned that. Turkey deserves to be treated as a negotiating candidate, not only a strategic partner or a useful neighbor. We should seize this opportunity and achieve concrete process in our relations. It is now high time to take meaningful and concrete steps. Structural dialogue mechanism should be reviewed. Starting the negotiations for the modernization of customs union will be the game changer in our relations. We should work on it. Visa liberalization is the EU's long-standing commitment, and Turkey is the only candidate country without it. Cooperation on irregular migration should be increased. Fight against terrorism is another area of cooperation we should be strengthened. The Spanish presidency can make remarkable contributions to Turkey-EU relations as it did before, in 2010. In 2010, Chapter 12 on food safety and veterinary and phytosanitary policy was opened the negotiations. Opening a new chapter would be a nice step. And actually, I also would like to mention a little bit about the European Parliament's attitude against Turkey. We value and attach great importance to the parliamentary dialogue and the constructive mechanism within the European Parliament. I, by myself, is also co-chairing the Turkey-EU Joint Parliamentary Committee, which is in charge of Turkish Grand National Assembly and the European Parliament's relations. We regret to see that European Parliament is increasingly being exploited as a forum for anti-Turkey sentiments. We should prioritize the constructive approach and strengthen the dialogue between Turkish and European parliaments. It is regrettable to see the manifestation of a biased approach far from being constructive in the European Parliament's Turkey report. This report, full of unfair accusations and prejudice based on the disinformation from anti-Turkey circles, is a reflection of the European Parliament's usual shallow and visionless approach towards both relations with our country and the future of European Union. In such a critical period for the stability and security of our continent, where a window of opportunity has opened for the revitalization of the Turkey-EU relations, we find it unreasonable for the European Parliament to bring up different pursuits instead of accession negotiations, which are the backbone of our relations. Last word, thanks Spain for this very good organizations. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señor Carayel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carayel. Now, if you agree, according to our agenda, we're going to read through a summary of the different interventions of the members of the plenary that we had. Just personally, I would like to state that our commitment to Ukraine is shared by all of us, and I would like to highlight Algeciras, the city that I'm mayor of, and like Sweden and Ukraine, we have the same two colors, blue of the sky, yellow for the sun in our case. And like many places throughout Europe, we are doing our utmost to help refugees. There's an outpouring. So moving into the summary, I would like to thank the Spanish presidency for its support. It has worked with a lot of the chairpersons on different issues here. And one of the issues that has been reiterated the most in these different interventions was enlargement of the European Union, which is an unescapable issue for us in Europe today. 3 different speakers have mentioned this. Even more countries would like to join, and we need to leave the past behind us and help them. In any event, we should prevent what happened with Macedonia from happening again. We should never change the rules once the accession procedure has started. Another very important issue for the European agenda, and at the same time for the Spanish presidency, are trade agreements. It would be very good to bolster those that already exist and those that are being negotiating: India, Australia, and Indonesia. The European Union could further press these agreements and deepen them. These are difficult times. We need to bolster Europe, boost our competitiveness and economic openness. the Spanish presidency should have as a priority, and it has indeed done so, the relationship with Latin America. This was already just a few days ago noted. And at the same time, the single market is crucial for having a strong European Union, and therefore we undoubtedly need strategic partners of the European Union so that we can have an interconnected economy and defend multilateralism. Another key issue mentioned at this session is undoubtedly the European Union parliamentary elections in May of 2024, and this has been mentioned at different times by different speakers taking the floor. And Russian propaganda has been mentioned. The European Union needs to take action so that this Russian propaganda doesn't circulate freely in our debates. And then we have the crisis that our democracies are suffering. The report on the health of democracies is very significant. National parliaments cannot resolve any crises without first tackling the EU's institutional crisis, given that democracy is farther and farther away from parliaments. Democracy is more and more executive and less parliamentarian. And this is a crucial issue that needs to be dealt with in further depth. And the proposal for censuring different commissions, and COSAC can take has a role to play in this, and institutional roles as well. And regarding the different natural phenomena that were mentioned several times at this session, the devastating havoc that was wreaked by the storm Daniel, we have heard considerations of how to repair damages in agriculture, and also European funds and potential revising the multi-year financial framework to help in the face of the threats like these. There is no doubt that we need to regulate these threats and get specific about the green transitions. We need to be realistic in an international framework like the United Nations offers. In any event, we should avoid dependency on other powers. The European automobile industry may, and actually is suffering, is being jeopardized as a result. Turning to migration, certain colleagues have highlighted the problems that their countries face as member states, like Slovakia and Italy, as we've seen over the last few days on the news and also through the representatives that have mentioned this at our plenary session. And they are calling for unity and solidarity in Europe in order to face this existential challenge that is posed to all of us as member states. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this summary very succinctly, briefly, has encompassed everything that was addressed in these interventions. Would anybody like anything specific to be added that you have not heard? Otherwise, if you agree, we will move to our closing session, and the former chairperson of the Joint EU Affairs Committee in our two chambers, Ms. Susana Sumelzo.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Presidente del Senado.
The Speaker of the Senate here in Spain is back with us again, so if you just hold on for a moment.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. The Speaker from the Senate says that we have done some great time management. We also had the great contribution here from the chair of the previous commission, the Swedish colleagues. We followed your norm. So we are coming to an end of our meeting of chairpersons of the Conference of Parliamentary Committees of European Union Affairs. Thank you so much to all of you for joining us here and also for participating in the debates. Thank you for your input and your views. We would also like to thank everyone who has worked so hard to make this event work and so that we could do our work. Thank you to the staff here in the Spanish Parliament, in national parliaments. Thank you to the legal advisors and the interpreters. Thank you to all of you. 35 years ago, here in Madrid, this parliamentary forum was conceived and set up. Why? To be able to give the national parliaments, the member states, even more importance, and also to deal with any doubts about democratic legitimacy regarding the European Union. 35 years on from that time, we are back here meeting in Madrid, and those of us who have been at this meeting both yesterday and today representing our national parliaments are both representatives of the citizens of our countries and therefore have the obligation to work hard to give them all a better life. Those people who we represent, give them a better life. And that is why the parliamentary dimension of the Spanish presidency or the European Union presidency is so important. COSAC needs to be a space for cooperation between the different parliaments so that it can channel through all of those social demands. We have so many challenges that require answers, responses. You've run through all of them in your interventions today, and humbly, gratefully, but also ambitiously, we know that we have to work as hard as possible to find those answers to the needs of the today and the tomorrow of all of the citizens we represent. We are living against a very complicated geopolitical backdrop. Uncertainty is the watchword, and Europe needs to be a place of certainty where peace, and I would thank our Ukrainian colleague, by the way, for joining us today. Thank you for your words. As I said, it must be a place for freedom, democracy and peace. That needs to be the present and the future for all Europeans. That needs to be our ambition and the commitment that guides our work. Thank you so much to all of you for joining us. The Speaker of the Senate now has the floor.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon to you. I'd just like to say once again congratulations to you and thank you to all of the staff in the Parliament, to the legal advisors, to the interpreters. I would also like my words of thanks to be for my own team in the Parliament, both to Susana and to José Ignacio. Thank you very particularly for the work that you've done. And now that the sessions, the official sessions on our working programme have been concluded, and I do hope that you are very happy as delegations with the work done. And thank you so much for joining us. We're honoured by your presence. We will now move on to the closing of this COSAC meeting being held here in the Senate Palace. And as I said yesterday, from now on, this is your home too. So during the day today, COSAC members have been informed about the Spanish presidency's priorities through the intervention from the Minister Alvarez. You have also been able to discuss the current issues affecting the European Union, including, of course, the war in Ukraine. I'm absolutely convinced that all of this information will have been very useful for you to prepare the next COSAC meeting that will be held very shortly here in Madrid. Before concluding, if I could, I would just like to share some thoughts with you. I will keep it brief, but thoughts about what has been dealt with today. Let me say that the parliamentary dimension is essential for the great European Union project. It might sound quite obvious to you, and it might sound a cliché, because we know that Europe is much more than a geographical concept, and it has been for more than 70 years. It has been a political concept. More than that even, it is underpinned by liberal democracy as a principle, and parliaments, therefore, are the depositories, they're the custodians of the representation of the people. That's why it's no coincidence that all of the historical steps that have been taken by the European construction project towards greater political union have always gone hand in hand with efforts by European parliaments and inter-parliamentary cooperation institutions. And COSAC there, as we all know, has played a primary role. So I'm saying all of this, and I know it's not new for you, but nevertheless, when we are living through times like today, so many challenges, so many uncertainties that often leave us completely baffled and disconcerted. It's actually now, in these current times, when it is even more important to remember and to restate those essential principles. Principles that now, more than ever before, cannot just be taken for granted. We need to stake a new claim to them and defend them again. Unfortunately, democracy in this true sense of the word, freedom and parliamentary in Europe has been questioned because there are alternatives that are being proposed. Even though they say they are democratic options, in reality they are non-liberal, they are anti-parliamentarian, and they are simply different degrees and strains of the worst possible authoritarianism. This morning we were remembering that date when COSAC was born in Madrid back in 1989. Now that year too was an important year because that was the year the Berlin Wall came down. That was a historic event that was interpreted as the commencement, the start of a new era when democracy and freedom would spread out through every part of our continent and that we would end up living as Europeans closely together with welfare and peace. Indeed, that infamous Iron Curtain did come down. That Iron Curtain, which the Russians had been able to use to crush the desire for freedom from the East, allowing democracy supposedly to be able to grow again in the previous communist-bound countries and that are now mostly part of the European Union. Unfortunately, the old spectres of the past, with which we too naively thought we had left behind, have risen from the ashes of history. And on doing that, we have once again been reminded that democracy is the most advanced political system that has been constructed in our world, but it is also highly vulnerable, and that is why we can never, ever rest and trust in its permanence. We need to always be vigilant and earnestly defend it. I think the most dreadful face of our past, war, has once again cast a shadow over European lands. Today, Ukraine, in the face of the Russian invasion, is forced to fight to defend its sovereignty and also its freedom. Today, we as Europeans are extremely concerned to see that there is the new enemy once again of peace and democracy, nationalism, always supremacist, and just does not believe in human rights. It is always trying to oppose its force over reason. The false stories, fake news, that is all part and parcel of Vladimir Putin's regime, his autocratic regime. Today, we have had a chance to listen to the representative from Ukraine. The version that we've heard has come from history books of the 20th century. We've heard, though, from the chair of the Committee on Ukraine's integration to the EU, that this is all about today and the present. Through the community institutions, through the member states, a response, a steadfast response has been given to this dreadful aggression by Russia with very broad political, economic, financial support, and of course military support that has been granted to Ukraine as a victim state. That is what it is. It is the victim of this aggression. This commitment has to be as steadfast and long-lasting as the war lasts too. The final goal must be the solution to the conflict on the basis of the principles of the United Nations Charter and international law. Obviously, cooperation with Ukraine needs to continue when the weapons are laid down and are silenced and the stage of reconstruction begins. That is the stance of the current acting government in Spain, and you can trust that, irrespective of the composition of the next government in Spain, that stance will not vary substantially, because there is a consensus among the main political forces in Spain about that. It is quite clear-cut, quite categorical. We're not just talking about the obligations of good neighborhood with a country that is close to us, which may be why right now we are stating our solidarity, our condolences, and our offer to help the victims there. We had the terrible earthquake that happened just a fortnight ago. Ukraine is different because the war that they are suffering is not something that is happening at the door or the gate of Europe. It's in the heart of Europe. It is therefore a military aggression that concerns all of us as Europeans, because essentially Russia's and Putin's challenge is going to change the way that we're seeing the world, our order priorities as Democrats, in accordance with never any idea or anything we could come up with can have any value that is more than a human life. We cannot close our eyes to the fact that here in the 21st century, we are seeing this alarming resurgence of political regimes, very often looking pseudo-democratic, but they are actually autocratic in practice. So we should not let our guard down, because our external borders are not a barrier that can prevent us from going backwards in democracy. That virus could also perpetrate into our institutions, in our societies, and perhaps it already is doing that. In the face of that, we can't just resign ourselves to that fact and weep and mope about that. No, we have to act. We have to act to defend that treasure that we have built up, that wealth that has cost us centuries of exercises in trial and error to be able to have what we have today. In reality, that responsibility is incumbent on us, especially on us as parliamentarians. Our citizens have granted to us their political representation. The principles and values that underpin our democratic system and the European Union political project should help us to stake a claim once again to everything that we believed in the last century. We thought wrongly that it was guaranteed, that it was secure forever and a day, but we have discovered that that is not the case. All political forces need to believe in the rule of law. We need to have completely independent separation of different branches. We need to have, with courts and judges, the guarantee of the freedoms and rights of all citizens, equality among all Europeans, all of those ideas. And of course, as a fundamental element in the face of the risk of excessive concentration of uncontrolled power in the executive branch, we have to demand, just as energetically, that parliaments should not allow the essential role to be undermined. They need to be there at the heart of decision-making, part of transparent and constructive deliberations as a process leading up to those decisions, because just because things are urgent or there are exceptional measures that are imposed by governments, if that way we accept that the checks and balances and accountability mechanisms can be relaxed, then we may end up in a spiral. And one day we will discover that it would be very hard to get out of that spiral. So essentially, no democracy needs to be more operative at the expense of having less democracy. No matter how serious and complex the problems we're facing today, and they are, we will never find any solutions by dissipating our own identity. I don't want to take up any more of your time. I would just like to finish by thanking all of you on behalf of the Spanish Parliament. Thank you for the work that you've done at this meeting today. And as I said, when I started to speak to you, thank you to everyone who has worked so hard and made their contribution for this event to be possible. And let me hope that we will see you again at the plenary meeting of COSAC in Madrid. You will always be welcome. And as I said yesterday, come back to your home. This is the house that belongs to all of you. Thank you so much. So, as I take my place again up here at the Bureau, thank you for joining us. That brings this session to a close.
Tenemos una visita guiada al Senado ahora.
We have a guided visit of the Senate now, and I think we could perhaps bring it forward a bit, 5 minutes. We can start at 1/4 of the hour. Okay? Thank you.